This is the tutorial that will teach you the skills that will take your resume to the next level by building a full stack call booking app called Scheduler. With features like Google Authentication, creating an event which can be public or private. We can set our availability for the event. Plus, we have our own custom user page where others can book meeting with us, and we will be using Google Calendar API to generate a Google Meet link and insert this event into our own and the other users' calendar so that we can have a seamless call without any friction. Along with this fully responsive and beautiful user interface that we will be building using Next.js and Shadcn UI. So right off the bat, we have this beautiful and modern looking landing page with key features of our app. A beautiful carousel which contains all the testimonials from our users, how our app works, and a call to action button at the very bottom. And a modern landing page like this can play a huge role if you'll be getting a call back from that HR or not after they've seen your personal projects. So let's click on Get Started over here. We are on this login page over here, and you can see we have implemented this using Clerk, and it is super easy to implement authentication using Clerk inside of our application. Let's click on Continue with Google. And we are inside of our app into our dashboard over here. Now, you can see we have this user drop-down menu over here, which shows our current username, link to my events page, which we will go and explore in just a minute. And we have this manage account button, which will take us to this user profile, where we can go on and update our profile picture, our first name, our last name, and we can even add more features over here. And I'll show you this inside of our app as well. So let's close this up. And you can see in the dashboard, we have all of the latest updates. That is all the upcoming calls that I have to attend. We have this unique link over here for our custom user page with our domain and our username. So let's try to say roadside coder and click update username. And you can see it tells us the username is already taken. So we have handled all of these errors inside of our app so that it contains all of the production grade features. Let's just say roadside coder 2 and click on update username. Great, it's done. Now, if we go to this URL right over here, roadside coder 2. So this URL over here, you can see we are on our own custom user page where people can book calls with us. But how do we go on and create an event inside of our application? So we have this create event button. When you click on it, so let's say interview prep discussion, and in description, I'll say let's keep the duration as 30 minutes. We can keep this event as private or public. Let's just keep it as public over here and create event. And there we go. Our event is visible right over here. And we will be using React hook form along with the Zord validation library to manage all of the forms inside of our application. And this will also help us to handle all of the errors and all of the edge cases as well inside of our application. Now, after we have created this event over here, you can see this event has been added inside of our database just over here. And the database that we will be using in this video is NeonDB, is a Postgres SQL database. So now we can go on and create our availability on this tab over here. So you can check mark on those days where you're available, and you can set the time here as well. Let's say if I'm available from 7 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. and click on update availability. And you can also set the minimum gap that you need before a call is booked with you. So over here, I've set it to 50 minutes. Now let's go on and see. Let's go on and try to book an event. If I click on over here, we have this event booking page, and let's just select Tuesday, and you can see the slot that we have booked. All of the slots are appearing right over here. Let's say for 9 a.m., put a name over here and some additional information just like this. And you can click on schedule event and it will start scheduling it. And you're gonna see that it tells us booking successful and gives us this meet link over here. Now let's go on and check out inside of our calendar and see if we have this meeting booked or not. So there we go. I've opened my calendar over here and we have this meeting booked with this user successfully. Let's check out the user's email now. And you can see the user gets an email for this particular call as well. And we will be using the official Google Calendar API to implement this feature, not like other tutorials who use third-party tools to implement features like this. Now coming back to our app, we have this meetings tab over here as well, right? Now over here, we have two tabs, upcoming and past. So in the upcoming, you can see all the upcoming calls, and here you can see all of the past calls that you have attended. So in the upcoming calls, I'm gonna click on cancel meeting and click on OK. We have successfully canceled that meeting. And the user even gets the email for cancelled meeting. This is amazing. Alright, so I've opened VS Code over here and let's go on and initialize a new Next.js app. So I'm gonna go and open my terminal and I'll say npx create next app at latest and press enter. Now over here, it's gonna ask us a few questions. Proceed, yes. What's your project name? My project name is Scheduler, but I've already created this folder, so I'll just press dot so that it creates this project in this folder itself. Would you like to use TypeScript? No. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Yes. Would you like to use /src directory? No. We're gonna be using app router. Yep. Would you like to customize the default import? No. And yeah, this is all we need to do to set up a new Next.js application. Now it's gonna go on and install all of these dependencies. So let's just wait. Great. Let's go on and run our app. I'll say npm run dev, and there we go. It has opened localhost 3000 with our app. So great. Let's go on and install Shadcn UI now. Now, what is this Shadcn UI? So Shadcn UI is basically beautifully designed component that we can copy and paste inside of our app. This is not a component library. This is basically pre-built components that we can take from over here, right? This makes our job super easy. Like for example, let's just go on and install this first and I'll show you what this is all about. So we have to use this command npx shadcn at latest init. So right here, I'll open a new terminal and I'll paste it over here. Which style would you like to use? I'll go for New York, neutral. Would you like to use CSS variables? Yes. Okay, it is installing the dependencies. Let's just wait. There we go. All right. Let's see what changes it has made inside of our application. So over here, you can see we have this components.json file where it has added all of its configuration. Now, if you go inside of the app folder over here, inside the Next.js, we have this layout.js, which basically wraps whole of our app and contains the layout for our app, right? And this page.js is where our current code is, this code right here, right? So let's just go on and remove all of this inside of over here. I'll simply have a div over here which will say subscribe to Roadside Coder, which you should if you haven't yet. Okay, so let's just go back and yep, we can only see subscribe to Roadside Coder. Let's go to layout.js and I'm gonna get rid of both of these fonts over here, and inside of this class name, I'll get rid of all of this and I'll simply add a enter font, right? So over here, I'll say const enter equals and make sure to import it. Import from next/font/Google and I'll import enter. And simply I'll say subset to be Latin. Don't worry, you just have to do this one time. I'm just importing this font over here. If you don't want to do it, that's completely fine. You can work with the default fonts as well. So I'll say enter dot class name. Yep, this works with me. Let's go to over here in the Shadcn UI and now let's see how we can use Shadcn UI. So you can see they have given this example over here that you can start adding components to your project. So you can see over here, we have multiple different components. Like for example, if I go to button over here, you can see they have this button component, and to install this button component or to get this button component, you can simply run this command over here. I'll just copy this and I'll go back to my code and paste it right here. Now you're gonna notice what it does. So basically it's installing the dependencies and all. And now it has created this components folder over here with this UI folder. And inside of this, it will keep all of its component. So this is the button component from Shadcn UI, and we don't need to touch this file at all, right? This is basically a pre-built component that this has provided us. So if I go to page.js and instead of this, I'll say button and import it from /component/UI and I'll say submit. Now you can see we have this button component over here, right, called submit. Also one more thing, if we go back to our code, you can see it has given body some default styles over here. I'm not gonna keep it, let's just remove it so that we have this white page over here. Great. So let's see what are all the components that we are going to be installing inside of our app. So you can see here we're using this button component, this card component, this carousel. For our forms, we're gonna be using checkbox, and input component. So all of these things we are going to be needing. So let's just install them right away so that later on we don't have to install them one by one, right? So I'll go on over here and say npx shadcn at latest add. First of all, I'll use avatar. So avatar we will be using for displaying the user profile pic, right? So this one, avatar. Then I'll say card, carousel, check box, input. We're gonna be using drawer for event creation drawer. We're gonna be using label for our input, select, tabs, and text area. So all of these things, make sure you have installed this, press enter, and it's gonna fetch them all from the Shadcn UI, and it's gonna put them inside of this UI folder right here. It's asking us the file button tsx is already button tsx already exists. Would you like to overwrite? Yes. Great. So it is installed all of these right over here. Let's just close this globals.css and start working on the layout of our application. So first of all, you can see we have this metadata object over here. We can set our title and description right here. So let's just put scheduler as the title. And for description, let's just say meeting scheduling app. Or you can choose whatever you like. Then inside of our body, so we have our children over here, and this children is basically this page component that is being rendered over there. So above it, what I want a header component, and below this, I want a footer component, right? And let's just wrap this children inside of a main tag, just like this. And this main tag will have some class name. So I'm gonna write some Tailwind CSS over here. So minimum height is going to be screen, that is 100 VH. Background is going to be gradient to bottom, that is top to bottom. It's going to have a gradient from blue 50 to white. Let's see how it looks. Okay, yeah, that's what we want. For our footer, let's just have a footer tag over here. I'll have a div inside of it, which will have a paragraph which will say made with love by Roadside Coder. And simply this footer, I'll say it's gonna have some background color of blue 100 and padding vertical to be 12. Let's see. Yep, that's what I want. Let's just center it. Class name to be container, margin horizontal to be auto, some padding horizontal to be 4, text to be center, and text gray to be 600. Yep, that's more like it. Alright, great. Now let's go on and build our header. And if you're someone who's preparing for front-end interviews, you can definitely go and check out my front-end interview preparation course. This is the only thing that you will ever need to prepare for your front-end interviews. And not only this, I've covered every single topic of React.js, like React Router DOM, Redux, all of the hooks, class-based component, function-based component React, even the performance optimization, which is asked from senior developers a lot, tons of machine coding questions as well, and obviously in-depth interview preparation course on JavaScript as well. And not just this, along with this course, you get an active Discord community where you can ask your doubts whenever you get stuck, and we will be there to help you. So click the link in the description down below, because right now we're having the biggest sale of the year for a very limited time. So don't forget to check it out. Or you can also scan this QR code on your screen to go directly to the course page. So inside of this components folder, I'll create a new file called header.jsx. Make sure you create it outside of this UI folder so that our components are separated from the Shadcn UI components. Right, so header, I'll say RAFCE header, and let's import this header right over here. So header, just like this. Let's see if we can see this. Yep, it is visible. So simply inside of our header component, we're gonna have a logo, and we're gonna have a login button, just like this. And also we're gonna have this create event button, right? So let's just create this UI. So I'll keep it inside of a nav tag, and I'll have some class name, margin horizontal to be auto, padding vertical to be 2, padding horizontal to be 4, and I'll have some flex like display flex, and it says justify between, so that both of these items are on the far corner of our header. Right, so over here, let's just add those items first. Let's just say if I'll have a link tag. So basically link tag in Next.js allows us to route from one page to another. And routing works in a different way in Next.js when compared to React, right? And I'll explain you everything, don't worry. But for now, understand this link tag allows us to go to some other page in Next.js. So this link tag takes a href prop. In React, we have a to prop, right? But in Next.js, we have a href prop. And we're gonna have a class name of flex items to be centered to vertically center these items. Now inside this, I'm gonna keep an image. An image is a very important part of Next.js because we have a separate image tag right over here. Let's import it from next/image, and I'm gonna import my logo over here /logo.png, and let's just keep our logo inside of this public folder that we will create over here. So public, and to get this logo image, just click the link in the description down below for my source code, and you will land on this GitHub repository over here of Calendly Clone, and go inside the public folder. And we need this logo.png and this poster.png, right? So let's just first download the logo.png, and then I'll download this poster.png. And if you want to know how I generated these images using AI, just let me know in the comments down below and I'll create a separate video on that. So cool, we have both of these images right here. So I'm going to say src equals logo.png. We need to give this image some width and height according to our requirements. I'm going to give it some alt description, and class name is going to be height to be 16 and width to be auto. Let's see. Yep, that looks amazing. And when you click on it, it's going to route you to /route. We're already on it, so no point of clicking it over here. Below this link, I'm going to have another div with a link tag, which will take us to the events page, like the create event draw, right? Which obviously doesn't exist yet, but let's just add our href of /events for now, right? And it will have create to be true. Now don't worry about it right now. When we go on and create our create event logic, I will explain you what this is all about. And inside this link tag, I'm gonna simply have a button which will come from Shadcn UI, so ./UI/button, and I'll say create event. Let's see. Yep, that's more like it. Below it, I'm gonna have another button below this link. It will be called as login. And this is where we'll be adding our user authentication logic in just a moment. But buttons in Next.js, or simply components in, not Next.js, in Shadcn UI have different variants as well. So if you go inside this button component, you can see it has different variants when it comes to, this button, or different sizes as well, like small, large, icon, etc. So over here, we can say variant, and I'm going to give this a variant of outline. Now, if we see, this button is different and this button is of variant outline. Now for this create event, I'm going to give an icon over here as well. So pen box, and you don't need to install any separate library for this. This comes right inside of Shadcn UI, this icon library called Lucid React. So we're going to get this pen box, and I'll give this size of 18. Let's see. Yep, but let's just give this some basic styling over here. So for this button, I'll give some class name of displayFlex, items to be center, and gap to be 2, just like this. For this div over here, I'll give it some class name of displayFlex, items to be center, and some gap to be 4 between both of these buttons, just like that. And now they are perfectly aligned over here. Let's make sure that this nav bar has some shadow between them, and both of these things are evenly centered vertically. So I'll say items to be center, shadow to be medium, and border bottom to be 2. Okay, this looks good. Some shadow below this navbar. So cool. Now starts the fun part, which is implementing user authentication. And trust me, it is one thing which is such a headache in production grade apps. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Clerk. And this is the most comprehensive user management platform. And I'll show you how easy it is to implement user authentication using Clerk. So let's just go on and click on sign in. I'll go on and sign in with Google. Now, once you log into Clerk, you're going to have an option over here to create a new application. So let's create an application called Scheduler. You can choose the sign in options. I'll just choose Google login for this video because we want users to connect their Google accounts so that we can add the event inside of their calendar, right? In my previous tutorials, I've shown how you can implement this email login as well. So you can check out those projects like Job Portal on my channel as well. So let's click on create application and you can see it has given us the steps how we can configure it with Next.js. So first of all, we need to install this @clerk/Next.js package. So let's just copy it and go back to our app and I'll paste it right over here. Let's just press enter and let's go back. Now step 2 is to set our environment variables the way Clerk will connect to our Next.js application. So just click on over here in this copy button and go back. And over here, I'll just create a new .env file over here, .env, where we will be keeping all of our environment variables. So just paste it. Then we will have a middleware.js or TS file, right? So let's just copy it up, go back to our app and create a middleware.js file and paste this code right over here. Then next, we have to add Clerk Provider to our app. That is, we have to wrap whole of our app using Clerk Provider. So now if I go back inside of over here in the layout.js, we're gonna wrap whole of our app with this Clerk Provider component. So just like this, and let's import it from at clerk/next, right? Make sure you're importing it from this only. And one more thing that I need to make change inside this middleware.js is we need to add our protected routes over here, right? So inside of our app, like if I show you, we have this scheduler app, right? If I try to go to /dashboard, you're going to notice that it prompts us with this login over here. So how do we do this? So we need to make this /dashboard as a protected route inside of our app. And to do this over here, we're going to say const is protected route equals create route matcher. Now we have to give certain routes inside this create route matcher function, which will be, let's say /dashboard, and I'll say whatever's after dashboard. So I'll say .*, and I'll have events, meeting, availability, all of these routes over here, right? So all of these routes. So make sure you've added them over here as well. And then we will take this is protected route and go inside this Clerk middleware. Inside this, I'm going to have a callback, which will give us two things, auth and request. And all of these things, obviously, you can find inside of Clerk documentation as well. So don't worry, I'm not doing some out of the world thing over here. This is simply something that you need to do, just configure one time and you're good to go. So over here, simply I'll take this auth and this will check if user ID is not present. So auth.user ID. If user ID is not present, obviously user is not logged in, right? And I'll say is protected route and I'll send our request over here, what path we are trying to request, right? If that is the case, then what we can do, we can redirect them to our sign-in page, right? So I'll say return auth and dot redirect to sign in. Simple, right? I'll show you this in action as well in just a moment. But let me show you how we can create our sign-in page now and how easy it is to create our sign-in page. Let's close this middleware and go to our .env file. So over here, we need to define that what is our sign-in URL and our sign-up URL. So I'll say next underscore public clerk sign-in URL and same for sign-up URL as well. And simply I'll say /sign-in. If you want to keep it something else, it's on you. Like you can keep it whatever you want, sign up, right? So I've defined both of my sign in and sign up routes. Now we need to manually define these routes as well inside of our Next.js app. So inside of our app folder over here, try to understand what I'm trying to do over here. So whenever I create a new folder, let's say sign-in, right? So what this basically will do is it will create a brand new route inside of our application. So let's say if I created a new file called page.jsx, RAFCE. Let's just say page and let's just save it for now and I'll show you. If I say /sign-in, you're gonna see, we see this page right over here. That is, it has created a brand new page inside of our Next.js app. And this is how routing works in Next.js. It is folder based, right? This is what the app router is. Let's say if I want to go to sign up, which is not defined yet, see, it broke our application. It gave us this 404 page and we're gonna, handle this 404 page as well inside of our app. So over here, to create a sign-in route in Clerk, we have to create another folder inside this sign-in in this way. So basically this is a catch all route and I'll tell you what catch all route is. Basically inside of it, you have to say .sign-in. And inside this, let's just move the our page.jsx. So this is basically a catch all route. So if I go to Next.js docs, you can see. So basically catch all routes act as optional route if we want to keep anything after this route, like /shop, /a, /b, /g. So all of these routes are optional over here, right? So this is basically for the configuration of Clerk. If Clerk wants to add something after this route, right? It will catch all of these things. All right, now let's create another folder for our sign up route. And inside this, I'm gonna have a new folder for our catch all sign up route, and we will have a page.jsx. And you know what? Let's just organize our like folders a little bit. So I'll create a new folder over here called auth. Now, if I create an auth folder, it will create a new path. So if we don't want to create a new path, we will wrap them with parentheses, right? So now this auth will not create a new path, and we can safely move both of these inside of this auth over here. So move. There we go. Now inside this, in this page.jsx, we need to render our sign in component, right? So simply I'll say return, and we will import sign in from clerk. So add clerk/nextjs. Similarly, we will do for our sign up component as well. So over here, I'll say sign up. Okay, let's see. This would create our sign up and sign in route. If I press on it, there we go. We have our sign in rendered just like that. Let's just style it a little bit. So I'll create a new file called layout.jsx over here. Now notice that this layout only works for this auth, right? So it won't affect other things inside of our app. So this layout.jsx, I'll say RAFCE auth layout. And here we can take the children. In this case, it will be the route that will be rendered over here. So children, and this div will have some class name, display flex, justify center for horizontal alignment, and padding top to be 20. Okay, let's see. Great. This looks awesome. Let's go back by clicking on scheduler. Okay. Now let's go on and add the functionality on when we click on login, it will take us to the sign in page. So inside of our header.jsx, we will add some logic over here for our login button. So we get something called as signed out from clerk. So signed out. So I'll make sure to import it from clerk/nextjs. Now, if this thing is inside of this signed out component, this button will only be visible when the user is not logged in. But we have another component called signed in, which will only be rendering like whatever's inside of it when the user is signed in. So I'll just render something called as user button, which will be coming from clerk, and you'll see what is this all about, and you'll see the magic of clerk, right? So we've saved all of these things. Great. And this button right here, we want it to be a sign in button. So I'll wrap it with sign in button component again, which will come from clerk, right? And I'll say force redirect URL to be /dashboard. That is after login. If there is no redirection provided, we will go to /dashboard. Okay, let's see. If I click on login, you can see it has some redirection over here. If I click on continue with Google, it has logged me in successfully, I believe. Yep, just like that. When I click on this button, you can see we have all of these features right out of the box that we can sign out. We can click on manage account, and we can, update our profile over here. We can also add the option to update our username. So let me show you. If I go to clerk and let's go to configure, and here inside the settings, inside of email, phone, username, we can enable this name right over here and save it. And now go back and refresh. You can notice when you click on over here, manage account, update profile, we can update our name over here as well, right? So Piyush Agarwal, and save it. Yep, awesome. So all of these things come right out of the box from clerk, and you see how easy it was to implement our user authentication. Else a major part of this video would have gone into just implementing user authentication. So it makes our job so much easier. Now we need to customize this user menu a little bit. So what I'll do, let me just show you how you can go on and customize it according to you. I'll create a new component over here called user-menu.jsx. And over here, I'll create a component, RAFCE user menu. So basically what we want to customize inside of our this user button is we want to add a events route over here. When we click on that events route, it will go to the /events. Since we did not build this component from absolute scratch, they have provided us some features which we can use to customize it. So let's just take this user button and paste it right over here inside this return, and let's make it a closing tag. Now we can tweak the appearance as well. Let's just import it first. So I'll say appearance, let's say, for example, if we want to make this user icon a little bit bigger. So appearance equals elements. And what do we want to change? Avatar box, right? So I want avatar box to have width of 10 and height of, right? Let's just save this and let's take this and replace it right over here. Import it and let's see. Yep, it has gotten bigger now. Now go back to our user menu. Now inside of it, let's just add that route of /events. So how do we do this? I'll say user button dot menu items, and here we can add a custom menu item. So I'll say user button dot link. I'm gonna add a link with the label of my events. We will have a label icon which will be chart no access Gantt icon with size of 15. Obviously you can keep whatever icon you want over here, and this will take us, that is href, to be /events. And actually this will be a self-closing tag, so let's just save it. And what do we have over here? We need to make this a client component. Now there's this concept of server and client component in Next.js. Client component will only run, will only render on front end, but the server component, when you don't add this use client on top of it, they will be rendered on the server and then sent to you. So when we add this use client, this thing right here has some interactivity, right? So this will be rendered in the client. Now I want this my events to be on the top above manage account, right? So what we can simply do, we have user button dot action as well. So we can just say user button dot action, label will be manage account. So manage account will be below our my events button. Right now it will shift this to the top. Let's just refresh this. Yep, now it's on the top. Great. When we click on it, it will take us to /events, but obviously this route doesn't exist yet. It will break. So you see how easy it was to implement authentication inside of our app using Clerk. Let's go on and set up our database now, and we will be using a Postgres SQL database for it. So click the link to Neon in the description down below and you will land on this page right over here. Ship faster with Postgres. So basically Neon is a Postgres SQL based database. Let's click on login and log in with Google. There we go. Let's give our project some name. I'll say scheduler, database name. Let's just leave it like that and create project. Okay. Now you can see we are in. We have created our project, and here you can see we have a bunch of different guides over here for setting up our project using Next.js or Prisma, which we will be using over here. All we need to do right now is to get our database URL. So first of all, what I'll do, so go to overview over here, click on roles and database, and I'm going to click on add role. Let's just add a role of roadside coder, click on create, and you'll get this password. You can probably save it, but we're not going to be needing this. So let's close this. And now we're going to be adding our database. So let's add a database for scheduler, and the owner will be roadside coder, and click on create. Great. So we have created our role and our database over here. All right, now what we want to do is go to that dashboard, and over here you can see we have selected our database and role will be roadside coder, and we need this connection string over here, and we will be needing this to connect our Next.js app to our database. So over here I'll say database underscore URL equals this string right over here. We just have to add it to our .env and then we're done with it. And we're not gonna have to touch our .env in this video again. So let's just close this. And now if I go back, you can see we have this tables tab over here, and this is where all of our data will be visible when we go on and use Prisma to push the data inside of our app. But let's just not worry about it right now. Let's go on and build our landing page for our app first, this beautiful landing page, and then we will go on and deep dive into the logic of adding our creating events, booking meeting, etc. etc. But before moving forward, I'd like to tell you that I want to build the absolute best Next.js course for you guys. And for that, I want you guys to tell me what you're expecting from that course. So I've given the link to a Google form in the description down below. Just go on and fill that Google form if you want me to create a Next.js course, and let me know your feedback on what are all the things that you will want to see in that particular course, so that I can make that course the absolute best on the internet. All right, so let's go on to our page.js file right over here. And let's remove this button over here and add a main tag. Inside of this, first of all, we will render our heading and our description, that is scheduler helps you in managing your time effectively, etc. Right? Inside this, I'm gonna have a div, and I'll have another div over here. This will contain our heading and description, and there will be another div which will contain poster, let's say, right? Let's just add the comment for now. And over here, I'll say a h1, which will say simplify your scheduling, right? And then I'll have a paragraph tag below it, which will say scheduler helps you manage your time effectively. Yep, that's right. Let's give this h1 some style. So class name of text to be 7XL, font extra bold, padding bottom to be 6. Now over here, we will add a gradient style, which we will be using throughout our app, right? So let's just write a common class name for it inside of our globals.css. So over here in layer utilities, I'll add a class called gradient dash title. And this gradient title will have following styles. So I'll first of all say at apply and say font extra bold, background gradient, which will go from top left to bottom right, from blue 600 to blue 400, right? Background clip to be text, so that we clip our background and only the text is visible. Tracking title, so that the words are a little bit closer to each other. Text to be transparent, padding bottom to be 4 and padding right to be true, right? So let's just go on and add it over here, gradient title, and let's see. Yep, this looks beautiful. Let's style our paragraph. So for our paragraph, I'll give it some class name of text XL, text grade to be 600 and margin bottom to be 10. Yep, that's right. Let's add our poster over here. So if you remember, I have already imported it inside of our public folder right here, this poster.png. So again, for this simply, I'm gonna use a image tag, which will come from next slash image, src equals slash poster.png. For the alt tag, I'll say scheduling illustration. Layout will be fill, so that it will take the original size of this image and object fit to be contained, right? So that it adapts to its parent. So obviously this is not styled yet properly. Let's go on and give the parent some styling. So for this div right over here, I'll give it some class name of display flex to be column, so that both of these appear from top to bottom in the smaller screens, and in the bigger screens we want flex row, that is from left to right. Items to be center, justify to be center, so that they are on the middle, gap to be 12 between them, and margin bottom to be 24. So again, we're not gonna see this right now because we need to make this image a little bit smaller. First of all, what I'll do for this div, I'll give class name. When it's in the larger screens, I want width to be taken half. And same thing for our image over here as well. So I'll just give this class name image half. Let's see. Yeah, this is working. This is still not proper because we need to give it a class name of relative. First of all, I'll say flex over here and justify to be center. And now for this image, actually, I'll just wrap it inside of another div over here. And for this div, I'll have a class name of position relative, width to be full, max width is going to be medium, which is going to be 28 rem, and aspect square, that is aspect ratio of 1:1, that is that is a square aspect ratio. So let's see now. Yep, that's more like it. For our main tag, I'm going to give the class name of container, margin horizontal to be auto, so that things are in the middle, padding horizontal to be 4, padding vertical to be 16. Okay, let's see. Yep, we have some gap on the sides now. And now if I go back and see for the smaller screens, yep, in the smaller screen, our image will not be visible because we have added this max width to be medium, because we want this photo to be only be displayed when the screen size is more than medium, right? So in the smaller screens, it won't be displayed. Great. Now below this, what I want to display this get started button and also these key features and all of these things. So right below this paragraph, I'll have a link tag, which will take us to the dashboard page. So let's just import link from next/link. Make sure you import from next/link and not Lucid React. So href equals /dashboard. And inside this, I'm gonna have a button which will come from Shadcn UI, right? That is our UI, like component UI folder. It will say get started, and let's just give it some size of large, class name of text LG, that is text large. Let's see. Yep, that's better. Let's just add a arrow right icon over here. So over here, I'll just say arrow right, which will come from Lucid React. So class name will be margin left of 2, height will be 5, and width will be 5. So yeah, just like this. If we click on it, it's going to take us to /dashboard, which again doesn't exist yet, but I'll show you how you can create routes, all of our routes inside of our app after we are done with creating our landing page. All right, so now below this div right over here, I'm going to show our key features section. That is this section over here, which shows what our app is all about. Now for this, I've prepared a JSON for you guys, or you can say an array for you guys. So you can just simply go inside of my GitHub repository, inside of app folder, inside of page.jsx, and you can copy this array right over here. I've done this heavy lifting for you. If you want to make some custom array, that is also fine. So let's just copy this features, and also I'll just copy this how it works as well. This is what we will also be needing. So right at the top over here, I'll paste them. Right, so we'll be needing these features. And you can see it has this icon, title, description. Let's just import all of these icons from Lucid React. This link icon as well. Great. So let's just take these features and go right over here. Here I'll have a div first with the class name of margin bottom to be 24. Then inside of it, I'll have a h2 tag, which will say key features. Below this, I'll have another div, which will be rendering all of our features. Right. So over here, I'll say features dot map, and inside this map I'll just take a feature and the index, and in this callback we will be rendering our feature. So basically we will be rendering a card component over here from Shadcn UI. So if you go over to Shadcn UI, there's this card component over here. If you go to the code, you can see how you can use this card component. So I think if we go down over here, yeah, you can see this card component has a card header, card title, etc, etc. So let's just copy this up and say return, and inside of it, let's paste it. Let's import this card component. Let's see what are all the things we will be needing. A card header, yep, we'll be needing that. Card title, yes. Card content, we're not going to be needing card description. Let's import card title, card content. We're not going to be needing the card footer. Okay, this is giving us error that the key prop is missing, obviously. So key prop will be index. Let's see if we can see something over here inside of our app. Yeah, we can see the 3 card components. For the feature title, let's just say feature.title, and above it, I'll actually render the icon that you can see, this icon that we have taken, right? So let's just render these icon before the title. So I'll say feature.icon, self-closing tag. And we will give it some styling as well. That is class name, width and height to be 12, text blue of 500, margin bottom to be 4, and margin horizontal to be auto. In the card content, I'll simply render the feature description, right? So inside this paragraph, I'll render feature dot description. For our paragraph, I'll give it some style, that text center, text gray to be 600. Yep, just like that. Let's just align them properly in one single line. This is looking weird right now. So let's give this styles. First of all, for our H1 over here, I'll give the class name of text to be 3XL, font to be bold, text to be center, some margin bottom to be 12, and some text blue to be 600, just like this. Yeah, that looks better. For this div right over here, I'll give it some display grid. So display grid and grid columns to be 1 in the smaller screens. In the smaller screens, we want it to be, in one single line, but in the medium screen, we want 3 separate columns, and gap to be 8. Let me show you. So just like this, and I'll fix this title as well that it's breaking. So yeah, you can see in smaller screens, it's showing in one single column, but in the larger screens, it's showing 3 different columns. Now this card title, simply I'll just give it this same class name of text center and text gray to be 600, just like that. Actually not gray, blue. Yep, that's better. Below this, we're gonna be creating this carousel of what our users say. For creating this carousel, we're gonna be using this carousel component from Shadcn UI that we've already installed. So let's go back to our app over here. And here we will have a testimonial section. So let's just copy this header and div that we've already created. And below this, I'll just paste it. Let's just say div. And instead of this key features, I'll say what users say. Okay. Here, right below this, I'm going to be rendering a testimonial carousel, right? Obviously, this component doesn't exist yet. So let's just create this component. Inside this components, I'll create a new file called testimonials.jsx, RAFCE, testimonials. And over here as well, we have some dummy testimonial data that I've created. So go back to my repository and over here in the components, go to testimonials.jsx and take this data from over here and paste it right here. Right, so I've created some dummy testimonial. Obviously, if you are creating some production grade app, you should put real testimonials over here. So I've added this i.preavatar.cc. What this will do, it will generate a random image every single time, right? If you give it image 1, image 2, etc. Okay, let's just take this testimonial and render them right inside of it. So for this, I'll just bring in the carousel from Shadcn UI. So the carousel that we will be needing is this autoplay carousel. So this one right here. But let's just not go over there. We would be needing something like this, right? So let's just take this code. So I'll just copy this up, the whole thing, and paste it right over here. We're going to be needing the carousel, import it from our components, carousel content, carousel item. We'll also be needing this card over here, but let's just comment it out for now. Or let's just import it, card content as well. Carousel next, carousel previous. We're not going to be needing this, so I'll just remove it over here. Let's go and see if we can see anything. Oh, sorry, I haven't imported it over here. So let's say import testimonials from components/testimonials. Let's just use this testimonials itself over here. Let's paste it, and now let's see. Yep, we can see we have this testimonial, but this is not styled, obviously. We're gonna go back inside this testimonials component. And now, first of all, we want to make this a auto-scrolling testimonial, right? So for that, if you go back to Shadcn UI, you're gonna see over here at the very bottom, they've given that we need to install this Embla carousel if you want to make it auto-scrolling. So let's just copy this up and go back to our terminal, and I'll say npm install Embla carousel-autoplay. And then we just simply need to copy this plugin up and paste it right over here inside of our carousel. And we will have max w full and mx to be auto so that it's in the middle. Right, so let's just import this autoplay from Embla carousel. Cool. Let's go back and see. Is it any better now? What is it? Oh, it's giving error because we want to make it, first of all, a client component, right? Because we're adding client-side logic over here. So also this should be coming from here. So let's just use the use client over here. Now I think we would see, yep, let's see, yeah, it's auto scrolling. Great. Let's just use this testimonial and render them right here. So let's just make it small and let's just close it. Over here inside of the carousel content, instead of this, I'll just paste testimonials.map and I'll take one single testimonial. For testimonial items, for the medium screens and above, we're going to show 2 items, and for larger screens, I'm going to show 3 items. Okay, that's fine. Let's remove this padding left of 1. Let's remove this div. This is not needed. For this card, I'll give the class name of height full. For the card content, I'm going to have flex, not going to need aspect square, justify to be justify between, and flex to be column so that everything is from top to bottom. Let's remove this justify center from over here. It's because we're going to be rendering everything from top to bottom, right? The user image, the user testimonial, the name, etc. Let's remove this span. We're not going to need this. Okay. So inside this is where we are going to be writing our actual code. First of all, I'm going to have a paragraph which will have a class name of text gray of 600, margin bottom of 4. And this will simply say testimonial content. This basically quote is for, this thing right over here. Since we are not allowed to write it directly, I'm using this code over here. Right, so testimonial content. Let's see. Yep, just like this. Now we need to have a div over here for rendering our user image as well. So here, we're going to be using something called as avatar, which we have taken from this Shadcn UI. So let's just take this avatar over here and paste it here. Avatar image will be src testimonial.image. So instead of this, I'll say testimonial.image. Let's just import it first from ./UI/avatar, this one as well, and avatar fallback as well. That is, this will be displayed whenever, that is when the image is not present, this will be displayed. So for this, simply I'll have my testimonial.name, name of our user, testimonial.name, dot split. I'll split the name and I'll take the initials, right? So split the name from gap dot map. I'll take the first elements of their name, so n of 0, and then join them without any space, right? So let's say if the image is not present, we would see, okay, I think image tag has to be there. But if it's not over here, then we will see the initials. Okay, great. Let's give the alt tag over here as well of testimonial.name. For the avatar, I'll give it the class name of height 12, width 12, and margin right to be 4. And for this container, I'll give the class name of flex, items to be center, and margin top to be 4. Yep, that's more like it, but this is not properly aligned. Let's just give it proper styles. And actually, below this avatar, I'll have a div which will be containing our testimonial name and testimonial.role, what the name of that user is and what they do, right? So this will be font semi-bold, and this will be text small and text gray to be 500, which will look something like this. Okay. Also from this carousel content, let's remove this minus margin left. And from over here, I'll remove this items center and just give height to be full. Let's see now. Yep, that's more like it. So that these are properly aligned and not centered. Is it auto scrolling or not? Let's just refresh it and see. Yep, it is auto scrolling. Great. This is what we wanted. Let's continue inside of our page.jsx, and right below this, I will render how it works and that call to action. So let's just copy and paste it over here. And simply this time I will say how it works. Instead of this testimonial, I will use this how it works array that we have imported, right? So over here, I'll have a div, which will be, a type of grid. Inside this, I'll render how it works dot map and have a callback over here, a div. Inside this div, we'll be rendering both of them, right? So let's see in how it works. We have sign up, set availability, share your link, get booked, like 4 different steps, right? So we'll be using this step and the description. So I'll take one single step over here and the index for the key. So key equals index. This div will also have a class name of text to be center because we want everything to be center inside this div, right? Then I'll have another div to contain everything. Like first div will be containing that first, second, third, fourth number, and the other we will have an h3 for our step and the description, right? So we'll have first div for the number. Inside this, let's have a span which will contain index plus 1 because index starts from 0, right? And after this div, I'll have a h3 which will contain step. What is the step? So step dot step and step dot description. This will be a paragraph. Let's see now how it looks like. Okay, yeah, that's better. Let's make it a grid actually. So inside this div, I'll say class name grid. In the smaller screens, it will have 1 column. In the medium screen, it will have 2 columns. In the larger screen, it will have 4 columns, right? All 4 columns, and gap will be 8 between them. So now you can see, yep, since we are in the larger screens, we can see all 4 columns. For this div inside of it, we have text to be center, and for this span, I'll have div of background blue to be 100. We want a circle around these numbers, right? So round it to be full, width to be 16, height to be 16, some display flex, and items to be center and justify to be center. This will center align that in this particular div, like this span. Margin horizontal to be auto, and margin bottom to be 4. And for this span right here, I'll have a class name of text blue to be 600, font to be bold, and text to be Excel. Yep, just like this. Let's style both of these. For our heading, I'll have font semi-bold, text to be large, margin bottom to be 2, and the description will be text gray to be 600. Yep, amazing. This looks good. Okay, this looks good. Let's just create that CTA at the bottom. So I'll go back to the code, and below this, I'll say I'll have a div over here with a h2 tag, which will say ready to simplify your scheduling. And right below this, I'm going to have a paragraph and a button which will say start for free, right? So first of all, for this div, I'll give some class name of background blue of 600 because we want for it to be popping out and clearly visible. So that's why I've given background blue to be 600, text to be white, rounded, large. Corners we want to be having some border radius, padding to be 8 and text to be center, right? And now below this heading, I'm gonna have a paragraph which will simply say join thousands of professionals who trust scheduler for efficient time management. And then below this, I'll have a link tag with a button inside of it. And it will say start for free. And let's just add a arrow icon right over here, just like we did with get started. Margin left to be 2, height to be 5, width to be 5. Let's see. Yeah, of course. Link expects a href tag. So href tag will take us to dashboard. Yeah, that's more like it. Let's just style them a little bit. For our heading, we will simply say text to be 3XL, font bold, and some margin bottom to be 4. For our paragraphs, I'll say text to be XL and margin bottom to be 6. And for our button, we will give size of large. Variant is going to be secondary. As I showed you, we have multiple different variants over here. Class name will be text blue to be 600. Let's see now. Yep, this looks awesome. All right, now let's go on and design our database. And actually before that, I'm gonna go on and install something called as Prisma. So right here, you can see Prisma is basically an ORM which helps us to connect our database to our application and help us to query it more efficiently, right? Like for example, if you were to use something like SQL, like it can get a headache to create a table, to insert something inside of our database, etc., etc. But when we are using something like Prisma, let me show you how easy it is. So let's click on quick start and see. If we want to define our database, we just have to write something like this, like for example for ID, email, name, posts, whatever that we want to create inside of our database. And this will automatically create all of these tables inside of our Postgres SQL database. Like in this video, we are using Neon. Plus it can also work for NoSQL databases as well. If we have created a user table, to get all of the users from that table, we just have to do prisma.user.findMany. We didn't have to write any query, like any SQL query, right? So this is how it makes our job so much easier. So let's go back to our app and we will install Prisma. So we have to do npm install -d Prisma and press enter. All right, now that we have installed Prisma, we have to say npx Prisma init. What this will do, it will initialize Prisma inside of our project. So see, right over here, it has created this Prisma folder, right? With schema.prisma inside of it. And this is the database URL that it requires as an environment variable. We have already added it inside of over here, if you remember, right? So that's it. That is all we needed to do to connect NeonDB with Prisma, right? Now we can start creating our tables inside of our Prisma. And when we generate those tables, it will create them inside of our NeonDB as well. But first, let's go on and discuss the design of how our database is going to look like. So something like this. So first of all, we're going to have a users table, right? Now we are storing the user data inside of the clerk. That's fine. But we want to keep a copy of that data inside of our database as well, right? For other operations as well, for quick access of the user data for the operations. So for users table, we will have the clerk user ID, obviously, so that we can fetch the data from clerk whenever required. We will have the email that we have entered in the clerk. We will have the username, the unique username, because this will be used when we want to access the custom page, right? If you remember here, if we go to /Piyush_Eon. So over here, you can see this is the custom page and this is the username. So this will be stored inside of our database. Then we will have the full name of the user as well, the profile pic of the user, and we will connect our events and booking table as well with respect to that, like the event created by the user and booking related to that user, the foreign key to those tables over here as well. And also the user availability array as well, right? So first of all, let's see the events. For one single event, what are all the things that will be inside of it? An event is going to have a title, description, duration or how long the call will be, the user ID, that is who is the owner of that event. This is what we have done over here. We have referred, like created a foreign key. If you know have if you don't know something about SQL in the past, there's a foreign key concept over here, that is we will be storing the ID for that particular event. Then we're gonna have a key called isPrivate, that is this event private for that particular user or is it public? And then we will have the number of bookings created on that particular event, right? So let's see. Booking table will be common for this event, like how many booking belongs to this event and how many bookings belong to that particular user. So one single booking is going to have an event ID, this event ID. So you can see I've referred to this as a foreign key over here. The user ID, because this is a foreign key inside of the user table as well. Name of the user making the booking, email of the user making the booking, any additional info if they have added, the start and end time of the call, the meeting link that we will be generating using Google APIs, Google event ID, so that later on, if we want to cancel this booking, we can use this Google event ID. Right. Apart from that, coming back to users table, we will be having an availability array. So inside this availability array, we're going to store to which user does this belong to. So user ID, time gap. Like for example, if we want to book the call with someone, that person has assigned the time gap that no one can book a call with me for, let's say, 2 hours from now, right? So we are only allowed to book a call 2 hours from now. So time gap and the days, the availability days. So one single day will have the start time and end time. Like for example, I'm available from 10 a.m. to, let's say, 12 p.m. right? So this is what we'll be adding over here, and obviously the day if it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. Right? So this is basically how our database design is going to look like. Now let's see how we can go on and create it using Prisma inside of our NeonDB. So right over here in schema.prisma, first of all, we need to create a user model, right? Or user table, you can say. So I'm going to say model user. And also for, you can see I have all of these formatted over here. It's because I have installed this extension over here called Prisma, right? So you can install it and it will identify the things inside of a Prisma file and color it accordingly. Right, so for user table, what were the things that we discussed? These, right? So let's just add them one by one. First of all, our table will have the ID, right? So it will be a string. I'll say at ID. So this comes right from Prisma. You can see it defines a single field ID on the model. And this will have a default value of UUID. So it will generate a unique ID right here. Then I'm gonna have a clerk user ID. Just align them so that they look good. This is also going to be a string, and this is going to be unique, right? So see, we have multiple different things that are coming from Prisma, defines a unique constant in this field. And again, you can refer to the docs like Prisma docs to learn more about these schema. Let's duplicate it for email. For our username, user can have a name as well, or full name. This will not be unique, it can be anything. User can have image URL, and also these are optional, right? So I'll just make them optional by putting a question mark over here. Then we will have created at field, which basically means that when this entry was created inside the database, so I'll say date time over here at default, and I'll say now default value, believe whenever it is created, that value. And I'll have the updated at over here as well. This will be date time and at the rate whenever it is updated. So it automatically stores the time when a record was last updated. Cool. And also, we need to add the foreign keys over here as well, if you remember. So for that, we need to create all of the tables for event, booking, and availability. Let's just create the model for now. So for event and for booking, for the availability as well. And right here, let's create them one by one. So events that user has currently, this will be of type event, right? This will contain entries for this event table. So this will be an array. So I'll just say event of like event. I'll say at the rate relation. So you can see it defines a connection between two models or two tables, right? So relation user events. Similarly, let's create it for bookings, and I'll say booking just like that, and I'll say user booking or bookings. All right, this looks good. Let's just do the same thing for the availability as well. And this will be optional. So availability, because by default, there will be no availability, right? So availability, question mark, availability. Okay, looks good. Let's go on and work on each of these. And let me quickly create this event and let me explain you what this is all about. So for model event, I'm going to have again the ID, just like I did before. The title, description for that event, duration of that call, user ID to which it belonged to. So yeah, over here you can see we have provided the reference to this event table over here, right? And inside the event table, we need to add that this is the foreign key to that particular user, right? So we have added string and we have to specify over here that that user over here is this user table and relation is user event. So this is a unique key that you have to provide over here. And field inside of the event table is user ID, and which ID does it refer to? This ID over here inside the user table, whatever it is called. So it is called ID. So that is what we are referencing over here. For bookings, an event can have a booking array, right? So I've added booking array right here. We have a is private key over here, which is Boolean, that it can be true or false if it's private or not. By default, we're keeping it as true unless user provides it as false, while creating an event. And same created at it and updated at just like before. Let's discuss the booking table. For booking table, again, we are going to have an ID. The ID of the event that is referring to, so you can see, we have again added a foreign reference over here, right? So event ID, and it is referring to the ID of an event. So over here, you can see, we're going to have at relation. Fields is going to be event ID, references is going to be ID inside of that, and we have added cascade over here. So what this basically means is whenever an event gets deleted, all of the bookings related to that event will also be deleted, right? So this cascade, if you see, delete the child records when the parent record is deleted, right? We're going to have user ID field over here that is which user does it belong to. So we have added over here again user bookings. So yeah, just like we've added before, it's going to refer to the ID of that user table. So ID of that user table references, and in this table we have user ID. Now while making a booking, we're gonna provide the name of the user, email of the user, any additional info. This is going to be optional. That's why we added question mark over here. The start and end time of the meeting link that will be generated, the Google event ID, and created and updated at fields, right? Now, what about the availability model? So this availability model for the user, right? It's going to be pretty straightforward. It will have an ID, the user ID that it belongs to, and again, foreign key reference over here. Some time gap between calls, or before booking the call, created and updated at, and over here, days is going to be the day availability array. So we're gonna have one more table, day availability, as I showed you, just over here, which will contain the data related to every single day. So it can be something like this, day availability. So it will have the availability ID, that is which user availability does it belongs to. So over here you can see availability, and at relation is going to be, field is going to be availability ID, and inside of the availability we will be referencing the ID of that particular table. And again over here on delete, if the availability is deleted, we're going to delete all of the days as well related to that particular availability. So we have given cascade over here, some start and end time, because we want to specify what is the start and end time for that particular day, right? And a day can either be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? Among all of these. So that's why we have defined an enum over here. So enum basically means that user can only choose value amongst all of these, else this will give an error, right? So we have defined a custom type over here of enum, day of week. Yeah, and this is what our database is going to be looking like. So cool. Let's just generate all of these tables and provide it to Neon. So over here, I'll say npx Prisma generate, and notice environment variable loaded from .env, and it's loading the Prisma schema now. This what that we've just made, and it has generated it. So now you're gonna see. Okay, not yet. Actually, now we need to do npx Prisma migrate dev. This will push our changes to our Neon database, and it will also keep all those changes locally over here. You will see. See, it's giving us that Postgres database scheduler that we created in Neon, and this is their database URL. It's going to take a few seconds to push it. And then it will ask you to enter the name of this migration. So every time you make changes into this schema, it's going to ask you to, specify some name for that. So let's just say created all models and press enter. And see, it has created this migrations folder over here. You don't need to go inside and, try to understand what this is. Just ignore it for now. And you can see your database is now in sync with your schema. Let's go back to Neon. And inside of our tables tab, you're going to see amazing. We have all of these tables created. So you can see for user, we have all of the fields that we have specified over here. Obviously, we don't have any data right now, but we have all of the tables created. Imagine how much headache it would be if we were to, write a SQL query for creating each and every table. So it has made our job so much easier by using Prisma and, something like NeonDB. It's our go-to database, like it's hosted 24/7. So it's amazing for production grade apps like the one that we are trying to build. So cool. Let's go back to our code. And inside of this lib, I'm going to create a new file called prisma.js. Now we need to create a Prisma instance that we are going to be needing to query our database, right? So I'll say export const db equals global this. Let me just write it out and I'll explain you what this is. Dot Prisma or new Prisma client. Let's import it from at Prisma/client. And then after that, I'll say if process.env.nodeNV is not equal to production, we're going to be assigning global this.prisma equals db. So what have we done over here? So basically, if you worked on Next.js before, Next.js uses something called as hot reloading. So whenever we save something inside of our app, it's going to create a new Prisma client every single time if we just use this. And we don't want to do that, right? So we have assigned our Prisma client to this global this over here. And if it's not production, then it's going to export that same Prisma client that we have created the very first time, right? That we have assigned over here. If it's production, then obviously there's no hot reloading, right? So then it's going to be creating new Prisma client only once then. So make sure that you write this code correctly. And let me just write a small description for you guys over here as well to refer to. Okay, cool. So now, first of all, what we will do, whenever we are logged in, we want to get the user data from Clerk and add it inside of our database in this user table over here, right? So for that, over here inside of the lib, I'm going to create a new file called checkuser.js. And over here, basically, we're going to be checking if the user is logged in or not. So I'll say export const check user equals async. It's going to be an asynchronous function. And here we will be fetching the current user from Clerk. So this will be fetched from, not from over here, Clerk Next.js/server. Okay. First, we will check if the user is not logged in. I'm going to return null simply, right? Then inside of the try catch block, I'll try to find if that user is already inside of our database. So to do that, I'll say const logged in user equals await db, and db will be imported from this Prisma file that we just created over here, right? So I'll say dot user table dot find unique. We want to find that unique user if it's inside of our database or not, right? Like just find just one user. And to find that user, we're going to be using the Clerk user ID. If the user is already inside of our database, we would have stored it inside of the Clerk user ID, right? So I'll say where Clerk user ID is user.id, right? Now let's take this variable and check. If user is logged in, then we're going to simply return that logged in user, right? But if user is not logged in, then we need to create that entry inside of our database. So first of all, what's going to be the name of the user? So I'll just take it from this user object provided by the Clerk. So user.first name, user.last name, and then say await Clerk client. So we're going to be importing Clerk client from Next.js/server. So add Clerk/Next.js/server. And basically over here, what we will do, we need to assign some username to the user, right? By default, when the user is created for very first time, the user does not have any username. So we need to assign any dummy username. Later on, they can change that username if they want. So we need to make this change in Clerk as well as inside of our database as well. So I'll say Clerk client dot users dot update user. And over here, I'm going to take the user.id for which user we are trying to make this change. And over here, I'm going to say username. I'm going to change the username. I'll take the name. It's a name.split. I'll split the name from space and join them using dash. So if my name is Piyush Agarwal, it will be Piyush dash Agarwal. And let's just add some user.id slide. Let's just add the last 4 digits of the user's ID, right? So -4. So it will take all of the last 4 digit of user's ID. So this will basically update our username inside of Clerk. Now we need to update it inside of our database. So const new user equals await db.user.create. And inside this object, I'm going to say data. I'm going to provide a new data to it. Whenever we want to create something, some entry inside of our database, we use this create function. So inside this data, first of all, we're going to have the Clerk user ID, which is simply going to be user.id. Then we're going to have the name. So name. Then the image URL. Again, this will be coming from Clerk. So user.image URL. Email will be user.email. Addresses will take the first email address. User can have multiple email addresses inside of Clerk, right? And we'll take the first email address. And username will be the same thing, this thing itself. So I'll just take it and paste it right here. And this should create a new user. And in the end, I'm gonna return the new user, right? And inside of the catch, let's just console error. Oops. This error right here. I think this should do it. Let's just go to our header component, which is common throughout of our app inside of components, and we will make the call right here. Right, so I'll simply say await check user, and let's import it here and make this header as async because we're making this asynchronous call right here, right? So now it should do something. Let's go back to our app right here. You can see it's refreshing itself. And it should make a database call for the very first time. So let's go inside of our NeonDB and see if we can have an entry over here right now. After refreshing, yes, amazing. We have this entry inside of our database, all of the information related to that user. So it has added user like image URL, created at, updated at, event, table. Obviously this is going to be entry right now. Amazing. So we have added all of this details inside of our database as well. Now let's go on and create all of the routes inside of our Next.js app. And let me explain you how routing actually works in Next.js. So if I go to this Next.js documentation, let's just select app router because this is what we are using over here. So in Next.js, this is how the routing works. So this is what I've already showed you, right? Whenever we create a folder inside of the app folder, it will create a new route segment. But if we create another folder inside that folder, it will create a new route inside of that pre-existing route. Now, if we want to create a dynamic route, like for example, over here, we have this username here, right? We don't know what this username is going to be. So we just need to put these square brackets around a folder and it will create a dynamic route, which we can, get this variable inside of our component and we can, fetch data or whatever that we want to do. We have this parenthesis, which is used for grouping the routes, and the folders inside of it can be, still be routes. But if we have added underscore before a folder, this will opt out folder and all of the child segments as well of the routing. So we won't be able to include any routes inside of it. Like this can be useful while creating any, components folder as well. And yeah, for our app, I think these are the things that are going to be majorly, relevant. So let me show you. If I go back, let's just close everything up. And inside of the app folder here, let's create a folder called main. This will, contain all of our private routes. You can, rename it as private routes as well. Here, I will create a new folder for dashboard, another folder for availability, another folder for our events, and another folder for our meetings tab. And let's just have a layout.jsx file. This file will basically contain the layout, which is this. So this layout right here, only the stuff inside of it is going to be changing, right? So this layout is what we will be writing inside this layout.js file. Also, I'm gonna have another folder for our username. So this is going to be the route, which is going to be our custom, user page. Let's just get rid of this fonts folder. And inside this username route, I'm going to have another folder called event ID. So if you remember, for a particular user, so for let's say this particular user, we can go and click on any of its calls, right? So you can see there's an event ID over here as well. So we have two nested routes, one inside the other. Cool. Let's just not focus on this right now. Let's just close it. And let's create our layout. That is this layout for our app. So over here, I'll say RAFCE app layout. Okay. And this will be a client component actually. So use client, and we will take the children over here and render these children right here. And then we can build around this. Now, first of all, I'm going to check if the user is logged in or not, right? The user data is loaded or not. So for that, I'll be using something called use user, which will be coming from clerk/next.js. And I'll say const. So this will provide us data related to user, like is loaded, is signed in, or the actual user object that we want to use. So I'll take this is loaded, and I'll actually install a library called as React Spinners. If you have seen my previous project tutorials, I use React Spinners for showing the loadings. So npm install React Spinners, and I'll take the bar loader from inside of it. So here, let's just make it a fragment. I'll say if is loaded is not true, then I'll show a bar loader over here. So import from React Spinners, and I'll import the bar loader. Right, let's see if it's visible yet. So /dashboard. I think we haven't created the page. Yeah, I haven't created the. Let's just create a page.jsx inside of it so that we can see something over here in the dashboard. Dashboard. Yeah, let's go back now. Yep, you can see there was a loading indicator while the user was being loaded. So cool, that is what we wanted. Let's go back to layout.js. And here, actually, I'm going to define the object which will contain different routes for our layout, right? For that, let me just go back to my GitHub repository inside of the app main layout.jsx. And here we have this object called nav items. Let's just take this and paste it over here. So basically this defines multiple different things like href, that is dashboard, event, meeting, availability, the label that we'll be displaying on that route, and the icon for all of them. Let's just import it from Lucid React. So, and clock. Okay, we're gonna be using this and rendering it right over here. So below this, I'll have a div. Inside this div, I'll have a aside tag. Now this aside tag is very important for our accessibility because this is not the main content of our page, right? And it is on the side basically. So this aside tag is important, and this is a very important interview question as well that I've discussed in my front-end interview preparation course. So you can click the link in the description down below to check it out. So inside this aside, we're having a navigation navigation menu over here, right? So I'll have nav tag over here. Inside this, we're gonna render all of those items. So UL, and here I'll say nav items dot map. And inside this callback, I'll take one single item and I'll have a link tag right here with the href will be item dot href. And inside this, I'll have item dot label. Simple enough. And let's just give this a key of item dot href, and this should actually be wrapped around in a list tag since we are using unordered list. Okay, let's import it from next/link. Let's go back and see if it's visible. Yep, it is visible. Let's give it some class name. So class name equals display flex, items to be center. We're gonna have some padding horizontal of 4, padding vertical of 4, text gray of 700, and when we hover on it, we will see the background color of gray 100. Let's save this and check it out. Okay, this is mildly visible because we need to give some background color to this as well so that it's properly visible to our UL or to this div. Also, before each label, I have the icons over here as well, right? So I'll say item dot icon, and it will have the class name of width 5, height 5, margin right to be 3. Yep, that looks better. Let's just give these some stylings. For this div, on the top, I'll have class name of display flex, flex to be column so that everything appears from top to bottom. height is going to be screen, that is 100 VH, some background blue to be 50, and when the screen size is more than medium, it will be flex row. So in the smaller screens, it will be flex column. When our screen size is large, we're going to be showing this navigation. But when the screen size is small, I'm going to show them as tabs on the bottom, right? So in the larger, like by default, in the smaller screens, it will be hidden. But in the larger screens will be display block, width to be 64 and background to be white. Now, let me show you. See, in the smaller screens, it's hidden. In bigger screens, it's visible. Now for our nav tag, I'm going to simply say class name to be margin top to 8. And over here, whenever we are on a certain, route, we want it to be blue, to be denoted as blue. So what I'll do, I'll take a hook over here called use path name. And this will be coming from next/navigation. And we're going to use this path name right over here. So let's just wrap this in curly braces and provide this some backtick. And I'll simply say over here that if the path name is equals to the item.href, that is the current item, we will show blue, else we will show nothing. So notice, see, just like that. If we go to events, I think it will give us 404. Let's just handle this 404 in just a moment. But for now, let's just, wrap this children into a proper div. So here, this is going to be inside of a main tag. So main tag, and it's going to have a header. So header will contain the, title for each and every nav item. So here I'll have h2, and inside of it, I'll have nav items dot find. I'll find which page is it on currently. So item dot href is equals to the path name that we have taken from the hook. Path name dot label. If it has a label, render that. Else we're gonna be rendering dashboard. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's better. It's rendering dashboard 2 times because let's just say dashboard content. Now you're gonna see the title over here. Let's just style this a little bit. So for this h2, I'll say class name to text 5xl. In the smaller screens, for the medium screens, I'll have text to be 6xl, and gradient title, the custom class that we created earlier. Padding top will be 2. Screens more than medium is going to have padding top to be 0. Text to be center, and screens more than medium will have text left side. Right? By default, it's going to be on the left side. In the smaller screens, we're going to be keeping it in the center, right? And width is going to be full. Let's just style these main as well. So class name will be flex1, so that it takes all of the available space for it. Overflow y will be auto, so that we can scroll on this particular space. Padding is going to be 4, and in the larger screens, padding is going to be 8. So you see, let me see why is it appearing at the bottom. I think it needs to come inside of this particular div. Yeah, so that, yep, great. Now it is inside of this particular div. Also for this header, I'll say class name flex, justify to be between, items to be center, and margin bottom to be 4. So that we can have some space between, like below this. And we're gonna render the children inside of this main tag. So yep, you can see the space between them, and our content will be rendered over here. Now for the smaller screens, the navigation menu is not there, right? So we need to render it at the very bottom. So for that, I'm gonna have a bottom navigation. So below this main, I'll have nav and have ul over here. And let's just, take this from here, the whole code, just like this. I'm gonna get rid of this margin right to be 3. And here we'll have flex. And let's just get rid of all of this. And I'll say flex column, items to be center, and padding vertical is going to be 2, padding horizontal is going to be false, because in this case, we're going to be rendering icon above this label, right? That's why we have added flex column. And over here, if it's selected, I'll say text blue to be 600, else I'll say text gray to be 600. Let's see. Okay, we can see all of these tabs over here. Let's just align them one after the other. First of all, I'll say in the medium screens, this will be hidden, right? And it will be fixed at the bottom 0, left 0, and right 0. Background will be white and some shadow of medium, just like that. Okay, so it's fixed right now. Now let's give it some display flex. So class name of flex and justify around. Now, yep. we can see them. And I think that is all we need to do over here. Now let's quickly go and create that not found so that we can handle that logic. So I'll create a new file called not dash found inside of the app folder .jsx, and you can include any code over here. So I'm just gonna simply bring in that code. I'll just say 404 page not found, text to be 4XL, some font to be extra bold, and I'll have width of screen and just align it to be the very center, right? Place items to be center, display grid, and some padding top of 96. Let's see. If I go to events, then it should break because the events page doesn't exist and it gives us 404 page not found. Let's just remove this place item center and say justify center, and let's just say 80. And let's see. Yeah, I think that's better. You can, create it according to you. Doesn't really matter. You can find a lot of good templates for 404 pages as well. All right, great. Now let's go on and build our slash dashboard page where we will show, user updates and add the ability for user to change their username as well. Just go inside of this main folder and open this dashboard. And right here, first of all, I'll have a card that will say welcome and whatever the name of the user is, right? So first of all, we need to get user details. And to get the user details, we will use the use user hook from Clerk. And since we're using hooks here, we're adding client-side logic. I'm going to be making this a client component. Const is loaded. We're going to check if the user is loaded or not and check get the actual user object. So let me show you what we get inside this user object right here. If I just console log this and in the inspect, in the console, we get this. So this user has first name, full name, the ID of the user, the profile pic, and a bunch of different details about that particular user, right? So we can use all of this to render the data inside of our application. So I'm going to use card component that comes from Shadcn UI. Inside this, I'll use the card header, just like what we've been doing up until this point. Inside this, I'll have a card title. Inside this, I'll just render welcome user dot first name. And let's just add a conditional chaining over here. Great, welcome Piyush. Now below this header, I'm gonna add the latest updates, whatever, the call, if someone has booked a new call with us, we're gonna show those updates right over here, like the upcoming calls. So obviously we have not written that logic yet, so I'll just leave this comment right here and we'll come back to this later on. Now below this card, I'm gonna have another card. So let me just copy and paste it up. And instead of this, I'll say your unique link. And here the user will have the ability to update their username or whatever their username is in Clerk as well as inside of our database, right? So below this header, I'll have card content, import it from our UI folder. And right here, we're gonna have a form. So form, this form will be responsible for changing our username. And to handle the forms in our project, we're going to be using React Hook Form library along with Zod validation library. And the combination of these two is amazing and is used in so many companies, right? I've actually created a full video on this as well. If you're interested, you can go and check it out. But I'll explain you everything in this video over here as well. So let's just go on and install them. So I'll open my terminal and I'll say npm install React Hook Form Zod for validation, and these two will help us to handle all of the errors and all with ease inside of our application. And also we need to install at hook form / resolvers and press enter. Now inside this form, I'll have a div, and inside this div, I'll have another div which will contain a span, and this will contain actually the URL of our application, like the first domain, domain of our application. Like for example, currently it's localhost 3000. So I'll say localhost 3000 and then display / whatever the name of the user is, because that is what actually going to be the user name, right? Or the link for that user. So here I can simply say window.location.origin, and notice what this will give us. So see, it gave us localhost 3000. If it was something else, it would have given us that. Like for example, inside of our app, it gives us scheduler.vercel.app. So we don't have to hard code this. It just picks up from URL directly. And after this, I'm going to be using a input component, which will again come from /UI/input. Like this is a Shadcn UI component that we have installed earlier. And placeholder is going to be username. Let's see how it looks like. Okay, pretty good. Just need to add some styling. So for this div right here, I'm going to say display flex so that they are on one single line, items to be center, and gap is going to be 2 between them. So just like that. And for this form over here, I'll say class name of space y4. And there's just some margin top and bottom spacing. So just like this. And below this line, I will have a button right over here. So button, which will say update username. Let's just import this button. It will be of type submit. So let's see. Yep, that's more like it. Let's give it some gap between these two as well. So for this div, first of all, I'll say space y to be 8, just like this. So both of them get some margin between them. And now we're gonna go on and implement React hook form and Zod to manage our form over here. So it's pretty simple. We just get a use form hook from React hook form. So I've imported that over here. And this form will take a schema. So inside of this, we have resolver option, and this resolver will take the schema of how the data will look like. So to make sure our React hook form is compatible with the Zod validation library, we have to use this Zod resolver. And let me just import it over here. Import from @hook form resolver /Zod. So there we go. And over here inside this is where we are going to be providing our user schema or username schema, right? So let's go on and create this schema. So over here, const username schema equals z. So we have to import this z or z from Zod. And then it will have this dot object inside of it where we can define the type of our schema or the structure of our schema basically. So it will take this object and our key will be just username. For larger forms, we're gonna obviously be keeping multiple different keys over here, and I'll show you in this video when we will go on and design those forms. But in this form, we will just have username, and I'll say z dot. Now we have to define the type for this key. So it will be a string, right? Our username is going to be a string, simple. And I'll add some validation over here, like minimum is going to be 3. It should be at least 3 letter long username, right? And maximum, it should be 20 letters. And then we're gonna add some regex over here just to validate this, that this should only contain the alphabet, lowercase or uppercase, or numbers, right? Or probably underscore as well. That's all. We don't want anything else over here. So I've added this regex expression, and don't worry, no one, even senior developers, struggle with writing regex. So you can just quickly go on and ask ChatGPT to write such a regex for you, or you can just simply Google it about it, right? So I've added this regex expression that you can see. It will take A to Z, capital A to Z, and 0 to 9 and underscore, right? Simple enough. But if this condition is not satisfied, then this will give us error that username can only contain letters, numbers, and underscores. That's all, right? Now we can take this and provide it inside of this Zod resolver. And you know what? I'll take this schema actually, and I'll keep all of my schema in one single place, right? So I'll go inside of over here and create a new folder called lib, or you can also make it underscore lib. And here I'll create a new file called validators.js. And here I'll just paste it, I'll export it. And for this Z, I'll import this Zod. Okay, let's just import it right here. Great, this looks good. Now, for this use form over here, we get multiple different things from here. So I'll say const and object. So if you go on and press Control space, you're gonna see we get bunch of different things over here. But what we need is this register, and this register function is very, very important. We can take this register, go on to our input over here, and inside of an object, we can say dot 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 register and the name of this field. So this field was called the username. If you go on over here, this username, right? So now we can connect this input with that particular field. So inside of double quotes, I'll say username. And that's all. This will help us to, enter the data inside of our form. Now we need to have a on submit function as well over here, right? So inside the form, I'll have on submit. And for this, for submitting our form, we have something called as handle submit coming from, React hook form. So I'll say handle submit, and this handle submit takes a on submit form, our own on submit form, so that it can manage this form itself. So for now, I'll just say const on submit. And since we'll be making an API call over here, let's make it an asynchronous function, and we will simply get our form data inside of it, right? We will come back to this very soon. Now, whenever our user object is loaded, we want to provide a default value to this input right over here, right? We want our username to be inside of it. So I'll take a set value function over here and I'll create a use effect. So use effect, import it from React. And here I'll say, first of all, if is loaded is changing, that is if user is loaded, I'll say set value for the field of username. I will set the value user.username. Add conditional chaining as well. Right, and this should do it. Let's see. Yep, we get our default username over here in this box. And now we can manipulate it. But for doing that, obviously we have to write our backend logic. We have to create our API as well. We just have the database right now, but we don't have the logic. So we need to work on that as well. But before that, we get actually one more thing that we're going to be using over here. That is form state. So basically form state contains multiple things like errors, disabled, is loading, is valid, and a lot of things like default values as well. So we're going to be needing this errors. And this is what will be, used for rendering the errors related to our, validation. So let me show you. Right below this div over here, I'll say if errors dot username. If we get some errors in the username, then we will render a paragraph which will say errors dot username dot message. And let's make this paragraph red for errors. Right, let me show you. So this is it, right? If I make it empty and try to click on update username, string must contain at least 3 letters. Okay, if I say pp and dot, let's say, so you can see it's giving us error in real time. Username can only contain letter, numbers, and underscores, right? So I can remove this. Yeah, if I say roadside coder, yeah, that's completely fine. But again, we don't have the logic for updating our username in the backend. So let's go on and write our very first API of updating username inside of our application. So for that, for writing this logic, now up until this point, in the old way of writing Next.js, we were used to using the API folder. An API folder allowed us to, have a route, like an API route, which we can use to fetch the data inside of our application. And we had to write it inside of our app itself, right? This is the power of Next.js. But instead of API, I mean, you can use API now as well, but there are some specific use cases for that. But there is a brand new feature called server actions that has been newly introduced in Next.js, right? So for writing our server side code or server actions, let's create a new folder over here called actions. And this code right here will only run on the server and client won't see the API call made on the client side. If we are fetching something, that will happen inside of the server if we are using something like a server action. So great, let me show you. If I go on and create a new file over here called users.js. Inside this, first of all, we need to add this flag over here, use server. This is very, very important while creating a server action. And now below it, I'll create a new function, export async function. Let's call it update username. And it will take a username that has to be updated inside of our DB. Now, first of all, we need to make sure that user who is trying to update their username belongs to that particular account. Like they own this account, right? The one that you're trying to update. So first of all, I'll check if they are updated or not. So I'll get something called as auth from Clerk Next.js server, not just Clerk/Next.js. We will get it from Clerk/Next.js/server. So click on it. And again, it has added this dist and type. Just remove this from here. Make sure you import it from Clerk Next.js server because we're writing server side code. That's why this is over here. So from auth, we get something called as user ID. And this will be used for, verifying if the user is logged in or not. So I'll simply say, if user is not logged in, just throw an error unauthorized, right? Simple enough. Now after this, we need to check if this username is already taken by someone, right? So I'll say const existing username equals await db.user.find unique. And this db will be, imported from @lib/prisma, if you remember that we made. And we will try to find if there's a user who already has this username. So where username. If it didn't find something, then it's fine. We're gonna update this username. Right, so I'll check if this existing username exists and this existing username dot id is not equals to user id. So that means the one who's trying to change the username is not the proper user. They don't have the authorization permissions, right? Then we will give this error, throw new error, username is already taken, else we will update it, right? So I'll just take this await db.user dot update. We used create for creating it and we use update for updating it. So you see, it's so much easier to write SQL with Prisma. So I'll say where clerk user id is equals to user id. So we're gonna find the person with respect to this user id, and in the data we're gonna update username. Simple enough. So we've updated this in our database. We need to update it in the clerk as well. So I'll say await clerk client. We have to import this clerk client from same at clerk slash nextjs slash server dot users dot update user, and I'll use the user id that we have, and I'll say update the user name. That is all. This is all we need to do, and in the end we're gonna say return success to be true. That's all. Cool, then let's go on and use this and update our username. But see, over here in this component, to fetch our data, we need to use use effect, right? Or to update our data, we would need to write things like is loading, error. We have to manage so many things when it comes to fetching an API. So why not we write this logic once and then just reuse that logic again and again? So let's go on and create a new folder in the root called hooks, and we will write a custom hook called useFetch, which will help us every single time to fetch our data efficiently, or to make basically API calls. It can be like post, put, whatever. So here in the hooks, I'll create a new file called usefetch.js. I'll write a function over here, const useFetch, and custom hooks are very simple. They're just a normal function in React, but they have the power of accessing every single feature of React, like every single hook and everything, right? So let me show you. It will take a callback over here, a function over here, and then I'll have 3 use state here, right? One for setting the data, one for handling the loading while the API is fetching, and one for handling the error. Let's import this use state here. And after that, inside this, I'll write a function, a async function, arrow function. And here it will take any additional arguments if user is providing. And first of all, I'll say set loading and error to null, right? Like loading to true and error to null. And then I'll have a try catch block, inside of which I'll fetch the API. So const response equals await and the callback that we are getting right here, along with the additional args that has been provided to us over here. And then simply after that, I'll say set the data to this response and set the error to null. But if there's any error over here, I'll say set error to error. But in the end, I'll say finally, this finally block runs whatever happens, if it's error or if it's successful or not. And here I'll say set loading to false. That's all. And simply in the end, I'll just return all of these 3 things: data, loading, and error. Right? Simple enough. We will also return this function so that user can call it according to themselves. And let's export this useFetch. So export default useFetch, just like that. Oops, they have imported use state using require. Yeah, now it's more like it using import. Okay, let's go on and let me show you how we're gonna use this. So inside of our dashboard over here, I'll say use fetch and import it from hooks, and we'll provide it this, where is it? This update username function. So update username, make sure to import it from the actions, and then it will give us a few things, just like we sent, like loading, error, and data, and we get the function as well. Let's just rename this function to fn update username. And over here, we're not going to be using the data, right? It's not useful for us since we're just updating the data. We're not fetching anything. And we will take this, and inside of this on submit, I'll say fn update username. And if you remember, we gave, no, not here. inside of this use fetch, we give this additional arguments which were going directly inside this function. So here I'll just take this data and provide it. So data dot user name. Great. And whenever we update it, it's gonna trigger this loading and error accordingly. So let's just render this loading below over here. If there's a loading, and I'll show the bar loader that we used earlier. Class name to be margin bottom of 4, width is going to be 100%, and you can give it any color that you like, right? And if there's an error, let's take this error as well, and right below this error itself, I'll just say if there's an error, then just render the same p tag with error dot message, right? This one's for hook form, but this one's for our API. Okay, I think that is pretty much it. Let's go on and see if we can update our username. Let's open the inspect. Let's try to say roadside coder, update username. We can see the loading, and did it work? Okay. It used the request URL, it provided the payload, and we get the success to true. Let's go on and check our database and see if it has been updated or not. So inside the tables for our user, we can see the username has been updated to roadside coder. Amazing. Congratulations. Pat yourself in the back. You have successfully created your very first API in Next.js. I mean, if you're learning Next.js for first time, then you have created it for very first time. And we have added this update username logic successfully. Amazing. Now let's go on and build our /events page. And actually, first we will be adding the logic for creating our event. So let's just first add a page.jsx over here. RAFCE events. Let's just say events page here. And now if I go back, if I click on this events, you're gonna see we get to this events page and we see the content right below it. So basically what will happen is, if you want to create an event, we were gonna click on over here, create event. It will route us to /events page with this flag, create equals true. And when this create is equals to true, it will pop up a drawer from the bottom and allow us to create an event. Now we can, like if we use this flag in anywhere inside of our app, like even if we are on meeting, okay, so meeting page doesn't exist yet, but even if we are on dashboard, if we use this flag over here, or query string as we say, and press enter, it should still pop up that drawer, right? So I want this drawer to be accessible in whole of our app. So what I'll do, I'll go to our layout.js, the global layout over here directly inside of the app folder. And over here, I'll add that component. So like right over here. So I'll just say create event drawer, right? Something like this. Obviously this doesn't exist yet, so I'm just gonna comment it out for now. But let me show you how the drawer looks like in Shadcn UI. So if I go to the documentation and go to the drawer, and if you remember, we have installed it already, click on open drawer and you can see this is how the drawer looks like. It's beautiful. So this is the exact thing that we are going to be using right over here. It has two types. It can be a modal as well, but we're going to be using this drawer. This looks more modern and appeals to the, mobile UIs as well. So I'll go to my components folder over here and create a new file, create-event.jsx, RAFCE. I'll just say create event drawer. Cool. Now let's just get our drawer component from over here. So I'll go to code and I'll just copy this whole thing up and paste it over here. Okay, let's see inside of over here. Let's just remove all of these things. We're not gonna be needing them. Let's remove all of this inside of this div right here. I'll just say hello for now. Let's remove all of these functions, all of this goal data, whatever they have provided over here, all of these things, React. Okay, let's see if this is being rendered right now or not. So let me just import this create event drawer. Have I named this function right now? Drawer demo. Okay, create event drawer. Let's import it. Okay, and inside of it, I won't need a drawer trigger over here because we're not gonna have any button to trigger the drawer. We will trigger it when there is create true inside of our URL, right? So over here, I'll write that logic, but make sure to make this a client component. So use client because we'll be using hooks and all inside of this component. So first of all, I'll have a state over here, which will keep track if our drawer is open or not. So is open state. So I'll take this and provide it over here. This has a prop called open. Oops, open equals is open. And there will also be a function for on close, which let's say is called handle close. And I'll just create a dummy function for this right now. Const handle close. Let's make it true and see if it is visible right now or not. So if I go to our app, oh, use state is not important. Now it is. And what's going on over here? It looks weird. I think there's some update. I think there's been issued in Shadcn UI or something. I don't know. Some styles are breaking here and there. Let's just get rid of this root, and I think it should fix this. Our header is still black. Let's go to the header file and just give it background white. Yeah, that's more like it. And I think this is not export default. So let's just make this export default. And in layout, I will export it as a default import. And nothing should change over here. Yep, this is working fine. Okay. So now what I want to do, I want to only open this drawer when there's create equals true in the URL, right? And for that, I will use something called as use router from Next.js. So here, I'll use this use router, and also make sure you make this false by default. Let's import use router. And also we are going to use the search params to get that create search param, right? So import this as well from next/navigation. And actually this use router will also be imported from navigation, not the router. Yep, that's right. Everything should be fine. Yeah. Now I'm going to create a use effect over here, and I'll say const create equals search params. So I'll try to get that create from the search params. So create, and now I'll check if create is equals to true, then I'll say set is open to true. I'll just open my modal, right? And I'll just put in the dependencies, I'll put this thing right here. And on handle close, that is whenever we click on this cancel button, we're going to write something. So over here, I'll say, first of all, set is open to false. We're going to close it. And then I'll remove this, this create equals true from over here, right? So if search params dot get this thing create, if it's still here and is equals to true, then let's just remove it. So I'll use this router from use router hook that I've taken dot replace. I'll replace it with whatever's the current domain, right? So window dot location dot path name. Apart from the search params, I'll give it everything. So just like this. Let's see if I click on cancel. Still does not seem to work. I think I need to add it right here in the cancel button over here. Yeah, now it should work. Yep, now it's working. Great. Then if I click on it, it should open, and cancel should close it. Great. Let me remove this submit button from over here, and I'll create a separate component right here for our event form. But before that, let me just remove this drawer description, and for the title, I'll say create new event. Let's get rid of this div over here. We are not going to need it. Okay, let's see. Okay, create new event. Looks good. Now I'll create a brand new component called event form, right? And obviously this doesn't exist yet, but I'll just give it one prop. So on submit form, what do you want to do when our form is submitted? We want to close this. So handle close this function right here. Okay, let's go on and make this event form component. So right here, I'll create a new file, event-form.jsx. And this will be a proper full length form. So event form. So I'll make this a form over here. And you know what? Let's just, before creating the UI for it, let's just create the schema for the Zord validations, right? Because that is what will define on how our form will look like. So over here in the lib, in validators, I'll say export const event schema equals z dot object. So we will have a title with z dot string. It will be a string. Minimum, it will be of 1 letter, else we will give an error title is required. Maximum, it will be 100 characters, else we will give error the title must be 100 characters or less. Similarly, for description as well, minimum 1, maximum 500. For our duration, I'll say z dot, it will be a number, right? And we might get string value back from the form, so I'll convert it into the integer, and I'll make sure that it is a positive integer. right? And if it's not positive integer, we're going to give the error that duration must be a positive integer. And in the end, simply we're going to check for the private, if it's private or not, right? So is private z dot boolean. Simple enough. Let's go back to our event form and create use form hook for our form that we'll be creating. Resolver, which will take this, oh, sorry, not this, Zod resolver, and then inside of it, our event schema. Let's give our form some default values. So if I want to give some default values, we can write inside of this object. Like for example, for duration, I want 30 minutes to, appear as a default value, and is private is going to be true, right? And just like previously, let's take out register from it, handle submit from it, and the form state with the errors if we encounter any errors. Let's go on and build our form, right? So inside of this form, we will have a div for every single input. So the first input will be for the event title. So I'll say label, HTML for title, and class name will be display block. Text will be small, font will be medium, and text gray to be 700. And HTML for title, I'll make this input now. So input, and let's import it from our UI/input. And over here, we'll give ID equals title so that, this goes along with this label. We'll use our register just like I showed you last time. And I'll give this. So what is our event schema? Oh, we haven't imported it yet. Yeah. Okay. It has this title, right? So that is what we will be using over here, title, and class name of margin top to be 1. Let's see how it looks like. Okay, yeah, event form is not imported. Let's import it right now. And now let's see. Okay, pretty good. We will style it as well. But you know what? Let's just style it along the way. For our form, I'll just give it a class name of padding horizontal to be 6, display flex column so that everything appears from top to bottom, and gap to be 4. Yep, just like it. Let's just make it 5. I think that will be better. Yeah, that's more like it. If there's any error in our input, I'll just do whatever we did over here for displaying the error. This thing right here. So I'll just paste it, and instead of username, I'll say title. Simple enough. Let's do the same thing for our description as well. So I'll take this and duplicate it below it. And here I'll say description, ID description, register to be description as well. For our title, I'll keep description. Okay, let's see. Oh, sorry, I have to say description over here as well. And now let's see. Okay, looks good. Third one will be for our duration. Let's duplicate it again. Now I'll replace all of these with duration. Let's make the D capital. You know what? I'll just say duration, and I'll say you have to enter the duration in minutes. And when we are entering the duration over here, it will take another object over here if we want to perform any action. Like for example, I want to say value as number. Just take the value as number. You can also take the value as date. So over here I'll say value as number and keep it true. This input will be of type number. Okay, this looks good. After this, we will have for our is private. So for that, we'll be using a select component. So I've duplicated it, and instead of duration is private, ID is private, register is private, and over here as well is private. And actually we're not going to be needing input, so I'll remove it. Instead of duration, I'll say event privacy, and here I'll use a select component. So if I go back to Shadcn UI, we have a select component right here. You see, just like that. If I go to, let's scroll down. Yeah, this is what we want. Let's take this select component and render it here. Let's import all of these one by one from ./UI. A lot of times we can do this radix UI as well, but don't do it, else your app will start to give errors. So UI. Okay, we have imported all of them. Let's get rid of this one, and select will be one for true value, other for false value. The true will be, so if it is private, if I choose private, it will be true. If I choose public, it will be false. And I'll say select privacy as a placeholder, and class name, let's keep margin top to be 1. Let's see how it looks like. Okay, we can select either public or private. Great. But this won't work with our React hook form, just by using something like register. So we have a component that is called controller. So controller, which comes from React hook form. And inside this controller, we can provide the name. So name is private, and we need something called as control to get the control of our form. So inside of it, I'll just take the control from over here, control, and provide it right here. And the third thing that I will give it is render. What are you supposed to render inside of it? Or select, right? So it will have a callback over here, and I'll move this select inside of it. Here I will take the field. You can see it's giving us suggestions, and I'll take this field and give it some default value. So select, say value equals, if field dot value has something, I'll say true, else I'll say false. And if you want to change it, that is on value change, what do you want to do? We want to assign it the on change. So field has a on change function as well. So I'll say take the value and give it to field dot on change if value is equals to true. Since this is a string, right? That's why we have to do this. And I think this should do it. Let's just render the error. Error is already rendered, yeah. We need to render a button over here for submitting our form. So outside of this div, I'll say button, import it from ./UI, type will be submit, and inside this I'll say submit. Let's see. Okay, this looks awesome. Let's go on and create the API for it so that we can create a new event inside of our database. So I'll go over here in the actions folder, and I'll create a new file for events, and all of the events action I'll put it right here in this file. So we'll create a function called createEvent, right? And this will take the data that has to be added inside of our database. Now, first of all, just like we've done over here, we're gonna check if user is logged in or not, right? So I'll just add it over here. Let's import auth from Clerk Next.js server, and let's just validate the data that is being sent to us, if it's with respect to our event schema or not. So const validated data. This is an optional step, but I'm just showing you that this is also possible. So validated data equals event schema. So I'll import the schema that we have created, and I'll say dot parse, and let's see if it fulfills this data or not. If it does, then it will give us the validated data, else it will give us the error. So cool. Now we need to find the user. So just like we've done over here. So let's paste it, and instead of username, I'll say clerk user ID, and I'll say user ID that we are getting from this auth over here. So we will find the user, and I'll just say user over here, and I'll find the user inside of our database with this, right? So now I'll check. If the user does not exist, then we will throw an error that user not found. But if that is not the case, then we will go on and create the event. So const event equals await db. Let's import the db, Prisma db dot event dot create, just like we did for our user, for creating our user. And over here I'll say data, and I'll give my validated data. And also we need to add the user ID as well, right? If you remember, inside of our database, let me just, over here you can see we've given title, description, duration, and we need to give user ID as well along with his private. So user ID is user.id, and this is not the clerk ID, this is the user ID that is unique to our database, right? That is stored inside of NeonDB. And after this, if everything is done, then simply we're gonna return our event. That's all. Simple enough, right? Let's go on and use this inside of our event form. So right here, I'll create a const on submit function, which will be an async function, since we'll be making an API call over here. Let's take this on submit and provide it to it. So on submit equals to handle submit, that is coming from right here, and I'll give this on submit. So it will handle it automatically. Let's give this data as well. Now let's import use fetch hook as well that we created earlier. So remember this use fetch hook. I'll take it over here. Let's take the use fetch, and over here I want create, oops, what was it called? Yeah, create event actions. So create event actions slash event. Okay, instead of this, I'll just say fn create event with the C capital, and we will just simply take it. Inside of it, I'm going to say await create event and give it this data. Now I'll check if the loading is false and the error is false. That is, the event has been created. Then I want to, close my drawer. So we were sending this from over here, right? On submit form. So on submit form in the props, and over here I'll check if not loading and not error, then I'm going to say on submit form. And we can also refresh the page to show our event data, right? So we can have a const router equals use router over here, and I'll say, where did it go? Router dot refresh. Make sure it is a client component. So use client, because we have added so many hooks and everything, right? So it needs to be a client component. And let's use this loading and error and display them. So over here, first of all, when this is happening inside of our submit, I'll say disabled is going to be loading. If loading is true, then it's going to be disabled. And we will also show, instead of the submit, when it's loading, I'll show submitting, else will show create event. And right above it, if there's any error, I'll display it. So if there's error, I'll display this paragraph just like last time. Let's go on and check it out. What's going on over here? I think we need to add use server inside of this. That's why it's giving this error. Use server. Let's see. And it's giving this error. Next router was not mounted. Oh, I think we have imported from router. We need to import it from navigation. Okay, let's see now. Okay, looks good. If I click on cancel, it's closed. All right. Let's create a new event. Let's say one-on-one call with me. Event description, I don't know, let's say XYZ. Duration is going to be 30 minutes. It will be a public event, right? Let's click on create event. It's submitting and it should have created our event. Let's go on and check it out in our Neon database. So inside of the event, let's refresh it. Okay, we get this event right here. Amazing. We can see the relation to the user. It's not private event and everything right here. Now, if I go to user over here, and you can see, if I click on this events, you can see it shows all of the events related to that user, right? Because it has the foreign key to it. Great. Now let's quickly go on and render all of these events inside of this events page right here. Alright, so for this, let's first go on and create our action for fetching all of the events. Let me just close all of these pages. Inside of the actions in event.js, I'll create a new action called getUserEvents. Now inside of this, few things will be absolutely similar. That is, we're going to check if user is logged in or not. Here, we will check if user exists inside of our DB, just like that. And now we'll try to find all of the events. So let me just copy this as well, and let me show you what changes we will make. Let's remove this data. And over here, I'll say db.event.findMany. Now we'll have to give the criteria inside of it, where user ID is user.id inside of our data, like whatever user's ID is inside of our database, right? Order by, I want to order it by created at descending, in the descending manner, right? Created at, yeah, that's fine. Then I want to include all of the bookings made for this particular event, right? Obviously we haven't included the booking logic yet, but at least it can fetch the data, right? If it's nothing, then it's gonna give us 0. So inside of the include, I'll say underscore count. And inside of this, I'll say select bookings to be true. So it will get all of the bookings related to this particular event, like for one single event, and give us the count of the bookings on that event. So we can display the on the card that these many bookings are there for this event, right? And we will return it event, comma, username, user.username. Now I'm returning this user.username over here because we will have a copy feature as well, right? Like this copy. When we copy it, it should give us the whole link with my username here as well, right? With the event ID and everything, right? So that is why we need this username. So cool. Yeah, that's the event function, get user events. Let's go to our events page now. So over here in the events page, I'll fetch this data and I'll show you how efficiently you can, fetch the data on server side so that you like this loads pretty fast and you don't have to expose user any information related to it. So right above it, I'll say export default function events page. And you can also make this thing inside, like you can move this thing inside of the layout as well. Let's remove this params. Let's remove this export default that we have added over here. And simply inside of it, I'll say return and add a suspense. Now we're adding this suspense because this events component over here, we will fetch the events inside of this component, right? And the data might not be instantly available. So that is why we will show some fallback UI. So fallback UI, which will simply be a div, which will say loading events. Now you can customize it according to you, whatever fallback you want to show over here. And I'll say events here, right? And this, let's just render this events now. So const events async. Inside this, I will fetch this get user events. And you might have noticed this thing in Next.js that we directly, fetch the data inside of our components, just like this. In React, it's not possible because it will re-render it again and again, but these are server rendered components, so it's completely fine. So get user event, and what do we get from these? We get two things, events and user name. Let's just confirm this. Oh, we haven't imported it. Let's just see event, and I think it should be events. So events, okay, that's fine. Now over here, I'll first of all check if events.length is equals to 0. If there are no events, then I'll simply say you haven't created any events yet. But if there are, then I will render them right over here. So inside this div, I'll say events.map. Inside this map, I'll render my event card right here. And this event card is something that will be used in multiple places, like in our custom user page when we show our public events, this will be used over there as well. So I'll take one single event, and for our key, I'll say event.id. Obviously, this event card does not exist yet, but we will create it very soon. So, but let's just send our event and our current username over here as well. So cool. Let's go on and create this event card. So over here in the components, I'll create a new file called event-card.jsx. And I'll simply say rafce event card. Let's take my event and the user name over here. Let's just render our event. So event.title. Let's see how it looks like. Okay, Prisma event find many invocation. What's wrong? Unknown field booking. Okay. Oh, it should be bookings. Yeah. Let's see. Bookings. Yes. Event card is not defined. Obviously, we have not imported it yet. Just like that. Okay. Since we have only one event, we can see one-on-one call with me. Let's create another event over here. Let's say catch up, a casual conversation. Let's make it 15-minute, and let's make it private. Create event, and let's see. It should refresh the page, and amazing. We're getting both of these events over here. Awesome. Let's make them inside of a grid. So I'll say class name display grid, gap to be 4 between them. In the smaller screen, grid columns. Grid columns will be 1. In the larger screens, grid columns will be 2. So we're in the larger screen. So yep, we can see 2 columns over here. Looks good. Let's go back to our event card and build this. So over here, I'll have a card component. So let's get a card component from Shadcn UI. This card, and I'll just copy this whole thing up and paste it right here. Let's import all of these things. Card header, card title, card description, card content. Card footer as well. Let's save it and see. It should display static data. Yeah, just displaying static data for now. Our card title should say event.title. Our card description should say event.description. And actually not description. I won't show it over here. I'll rather say event.duration. I'll show duration, how many minutes this call is. So duration minutes. And I'll show if it's a private or if it's a private event or not. So event dot is private. If it's private, I'll say private, else public. Let's see. Yep, that looks good. Let's wrap this in a span tag, and I'll have another span tag over here, which will show us the number of bookings. So I'll say event dot underscore count. So if you remember, we took the count of the bookings. So bookings, and I'll say bookings after it. So it should show us 0 for both of these. Yeah, 0 bookings. Let's just style them a little bit. I'll just say class name, class name to be display flex, and justify between. Now it should be, they should be on the other ends. Yep. For our title, I'll just simply say text to be 2XL. Yep, a little bit bigger. For our card component, I want to show a cursor pointer here as well. So I'll say flex column, and justify between, and cursor pointer. Yeah, that's right. I've kept it flex column because you want everything from top to bottom, and justify between so that everything is on, far ends. Okay, now inside of the card content, inside of this, let's just render event dot description over here. And I would actually, trim it down whenever our full stop appears. So I'll say dot substring. It starts from 0 and go to event dot description dot index of. Whenever you encounter first full stop, just render the description until that point. Let's see. Okay, great. Both of the descriptions are over here. Now below it, inside of our footer, I'll render that, copy link button, and also delete the event book button. Now, one more thing that I would like to do over here is that we will get another prop called is public. So this is actually not useful in this page, but later on, let me show you when I go on to create our custom user page over here, right? So we only want to show the public events over here. So if we send this is public as true, by default it will be false. If this is true, then we will only show the public events. Now there's one more prop that we'll be having over here, that is public, and this will be useful when we are rendering these cards over here inside of our public user page, right? If the is public sent is true, that means we are on the public page. We will not render the copy link and delete button over here. So by default it will be false. So I'll wrap this and I'll say if is public is not true, only then render this card footer, and it should be rendered over here. You see card footer. Now here we will render 2 buttons. One will be for copy link and other will be for delete. Let's import this button from UI. Both of these will have different icons. So first one will have the link icon, import it from Lucid React, and second one will have a trash 2 icon, imported from Lucid React. Let's see. Yep, that's more like it. Let's make this delete as variant destructive. That will make it as red. So variant equals destructive, and this one will be variant equals outline. Let's just give this a class name as well. Just some display flex and gap to be 2. Let's see. Yep, that's good. For this copy link, I'll just say class name flex items to be center, so that this is on the center, right? This shift a little bit above right now. Okay, so let's add this copy link logic first. So I'll create a function on click. I'll say handle copy. Let's get this handle copy function over here. Handle copy. Also this event card will be a use client, that is client side component. So use client. Now first I'm gonna create a state over here which will check if the copy process is going on or not, right? So is copied, and by default it will be false. Let's just import use state. We will also have our router over here because that is what we will use to copy our URL. So use router and import it from next/navigation. And inside this handle copy now, I'll have a try catch block. So try catch block, and here I'll say await navigator. So navigator is something that is inbuilt inside of our browser. We don't need any extra thing for this. Let's make it an asynchronous function. So navigator dot clipboard dot write text. We are writing something inside of our navigator. So write text, and it will simply be window inside of template string. So backticks template string window dot location dot origin. We will get the domain first, then we will say /username. Let's wrap it in template string username and slash the event ID. So event dot ID. And after this, we will say set is copied to true, and we will display this is copied only till 2 seconds, right? So after that, we will say set timeout. We'll set a timeout for 2 seconds. After 2 seconds is over, it will set the is copied to false. And what that will help us to do is we can show like copied or something like that message, right? So first of all, let's give this error like console.error failed to copy. And if we come down over here for this copy link, we can simply say if is copied is true, then show copied, else copy link. Let's go on and test it out. So if I click on it, yep, you can see it shows copied. After 2 seconds, it will turn back to normal. And let's see if I paste it here. Yep, we get the whole URL right over here. Amazing. So our copy link is working flawlessly. Let's go on and quickly add the logic for deleting an event from our database. So you already know we need to go back to this events.js and create a new action. Let's just copy and paste this. It will be something will be similar like in the beginning, right? So I'll say delete event, and this will take the event of the event to be deleted. So event ID. First, we'll check for the authentication, and then we will check if it's inside of our database or not. And then we will say, let's just get rid of all of this. I'll say, we'll find the event. So find unique, where the ID of event will be event ID that we are sending from outside. Right? Yeah, I think this looks good. Let's make it event. Let's get rid of this thing inside of the return. And after we have fetched that event, we will check if that event does not exist or that event does not belong to that particular user, right? So event.user_id, which is not equal to the current logged in user ID. Then we will throw an error over here. We'll say event not found or unauthorized. And then simply after it, if everything is fine, I'll delete that event. So await db.event.delete. So delete and just take this thing over here, this event. Right? After this is done, I'll just simply say success to be true. That's all. Let's take this delete event function or action and add the logic for it. So it's going to be very simple. We're going to be using our use fetch just like before. And also you can notice I did it without using router here as well. But we'll still be using it for refreshing our page when our event is deleted. So use fetch, take the use fetch and say delete event. Let's import delete event. Const will get loading, and we don't need error right now. If you want, you can display error as well. And for function, let's just say fn delete event. Oops, delete event. And let's create a handle delete function over here. Handle delete. It will be an asynchronous function, and I'll prompt the user by saying, "Are you sure you want to delete this event?" So I'll say if window.confirm, are you sure you want to delete this event? If user says yes, then I'll say await fn delete event and give the current event.id. And then after that, I'll say router.refresh the page. Let's take this handle delete and put it right here for this button. So on click equals handle delete. I'll disable it. So disabled when the loading is true. And also when the loading is true, I'll show deleting inside this delete button. So loading is true, deleting to be delete. Okay, this should work. Let's see. I'll just open inspect network. If I click on over here delete, it will prompt me. Okay, it's deleting and it's deleted. Awesome. So you can see this API request was made over here. Let's go back and see inside of our database. I'll refresh it. It should show only one event, which is for catch up. Awesome. That was deleted. So now that we have successfully created our events page and create event logic here as well, let's go on and work on our user availability. And this page is not created yet, obviously. So let's just go on and create the page.js for it. Let's just close everything else. Inside of our app main availability, I'll create a new file for layout.jsx and page.jsx. And I'll show you how, earlier I created two separate functions over here, right? Two separate components for fetching the data and, showing the suspense. And I'll show you how you can use the layout to do the same thing. So let's just, copy it up, go to layout and paste it right here. I'll import suspense And instead of events, I'll just render the children. Children will come from over here. Let's make this like a availability layout, and I'll have a div which will wrap this, and it will say class name to be mx auto, so that these are in the middle, right? The availability page. Let's go to page.jsx now. Now over here, I'll say rafce and simply have availability page. And here we're supposed to, fetch all of our availability. If there is no availability, we're gonna provide it a default data. So let me show you how our availability data will look like. So if I go back to my GitHub repository, Calendly Clone, over here in the availability folder, we have this data.js. We have to create this data.js file, and we have something called as default availability. You can copy this up, and actually you can copy this time slots as well, and I'll show you where these both will be used. So here, let's create a new file called data.js and paste both of these data. So basically this is our default availability. For each and every day, if the user has not added, then we're just gonna show false for each and every day, and time gap will be 0. And these are all of the time slots that we will be showing that is possible to be booked inside of our app. So it's just like started from 12 a.m. and with half an hour delay, I've added all of these until 11:30 p.m. Okay, let's save this up. And here inside of the availability page, I want to fetch my availability data. So let's go on inside of our actions. Let's get a new file called availability.js, and we will be writing all of our actions or our APIs inside of this availability.js related to availability. So let's create an action called getUserAvailability, and simple enough. First of all, we will fetch that user ID and check if user is logged in or not. So copy it up and paste it over here. Let's import auth from next.js/server. Then we will fetch the user, no, not this one, from events. Yeah, this one. Let's just copy it, go to availability and paste it. And along with it, I want to get the user availability because this won't give us the availability. So I'll say include availability key, and inside of it, I want to include the days as well. So days : true. So what I have done over here is basically I want the availability array related to that user, and inside of it there's a days table as well, right? So it will get all of the days related to that particular availability. You will get along the way when I go on and write the logic, you will understand why I've taken it over here, right? So simply in this we'll say if there's no user, or if there's no user dot availability, then we're gonna simply return null so that we can use the default value. But if that is not the case, I'll say const. I'll take the availability data variable over here, and here by default I'll just put a time gap key, and I'll take it from user.availability.time gap, and we will be adding other data that we will be getting from our database right here from user.availability. We need to format it with respect to the like in the way that we can read it inside of our front end. So first of all, over here I'll take an array with all of the days of the week. So I'll say from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and we will map through all of them. Actually we will for each, because we don't need to return anything, so for each will work here. I'll take each and every day, and I'll say user.availability.days.find. I'll try to find if all of these days exists inside of the user availability. So I'll take one day, and I'll say days is equals to days dot to uppercase. So it will be stored inside of the database as uppercase, right? So that's why we need to convert these in uppercase as well. So if I found that particular day inside of our database, then I need to add some additional information for that particular day. So availability data, this variable that we have taken, we will add this day inside of that. Oh, 1 second. This day should be like this, not days. Yeah. So we'll take this availability data and we will add this day over here inside this object as a key. And then I will say, is user available in that day? Is available, and I'll assign this to a variable const day availability. availability. If user is available, they will, like, we will have that particular day inside of over here, right? If there is something inside of it, we will show it over here. So let's just have two exclamation mark, because then it will be converted to true or false. Then we will show the start and end time for that particular like day of the week. So if you remember inside of our Prisma, so let me show you in the schema, we have our day availability of start time and end time. So this actually date time is a little bit different on what we will be using in the front end. In front end, we'll be using ISO string. So we need to convert it to that. So I'll say start time to be day availability. If day availability is there, so day availability dot start time dot to ISO string. And we will not even be using the complete ISO string over here. We will be, taking out some of the part of it, like just the time. So let me show you. If I just, let's just open inspect in console, I'll say new date dot to ISO string. So see, we have this, right? And I'll say dot slice starting from 11 to 16. See, we will just get this time over here. So we don't want the complete, complex time string. We just want this current time. So I'll take this slice and I'll add it in front of it. If that is the case, else by default, I'll say it's 9 a.m. Right? That's all. Same for our end time as well. So over here, I'll just say end time, else I'll say 17. That is 5 p.m. And yeah, that's all. In the end, we will return this availability data. So right here, I'll say return availability data. And yeah, I think this looks good. Let's go and try to fetch it. So over here in the availability page, I'll say const availability equals await get user availability, and this will be an asynchronous function. Let's go and check it out. I'll console log this, and since this is a server component, you won't see it in the browser, the console log. You will only see it right over here. DB is not defined. Okay, let's import DB, and also we need to make this use server. Let's see. Okay, we can't see anything over here, but in the console we should see our availability. So it's giving us null. Okay, yeah, obviously because we don't have any availability currently, right? So what I'll do, if this is null, then I'll return this default availability. So let's just create a availability form component where we will be, setting our availability, and I'll say initial data equals availability. If that is not present, then I'll send the default availability and import it right here. Let's create this availability form component. So right here in this route itself, I'll create a new folder underscore components. Here I'll create a new file availability-form.jsx, and as you already know, this won't be considered as a route. So RAFCE availability form. All right, let's just import it here just like that, and let's take the initial data right here. Yeah, that looks good. Let's see to get rid of this console log, and we should see this being rendered. Yeah, we can see this rendered over here. And if I do console log here, we will see our initial data in the console, because this should be a client component. So use client, just like that. Let's see. Yep, we can see this data. Now, obviously, this is a dummy data, right? This is a default data that we have provided, but we will, get the proper data if there's any data inside of our database. Let's get rid of this console log. Now, obviously, we're going to be creating a form for our availability, which will look something like this. So let's go on inside of our deployed app. So inside this availability, this is how our form will look like, right? So let's go on and first create the schema for our form using Zod. So I'll go to the lib folder and validators.js, and right here I'll create export const availability schema. Now let's see what all the things are going to be inside of our availability. So basically we will have all of the days of the week, right? Availability of all of the days, and we will have the time gap. But for each and every day, we should have a day schema as well, right? So let's create another schema over here. I'll just copy and paste it here, called day schema. Now, inside of it, for each and every day, what are all the things that we are going to have? So actually, instead of this object here, I'll say z.object And this will have for each day, is the user available or not? So is available to be z dot boolean, and the start time and end time, and those can be optional, right? So I'll say start time, end time, z dot string, and optional. Okay. But for these values, I need to make sure that end time should always be after start time, right? If user inputs 9 a.m. for the start time and 8 a.m. for the end time, that should give us error. So I'll say dot refine. And here you can, add further validation. So I'll say data, and inside this callback, I'll say if data dot is available. If it's available only, then we will check. So return data dot start time is less than data dot end time, and will return true in the end. If this is not the case, then this will return false. And after this, let's give it some error. So I'll say message to be end time must be more than start time, and we can give them the exact field that has the error. That is, you need to fix the end time field, right? That end time should be more than start time. All right, let's take this z like day schema, and over here I'll say z dot object, and inside of this I'll assign this to all of the days of the week. So Monday day schema, Tuesday day schema, now all of the week days, and then I'll have the time gap, which will be z dot number dot minimum. It should be 0, right? Else we will give the error. The time gap must be more than 0 minutes, and this should be integer. Okay, this looks good. Let's take this availability schema and go back to our availability form, and let's start building our availability form over here. So first of all, I'll import React hook form. So use form over here. Inside this, just like previously, I'll say resolver and Zod resolver. Inside this, let's give that schema. So availability schema, make sure to import it like this. And we can give the default values, and we're getting the default values right here, initial data. So over here, I'll simply spread this initial data. Great. Let's take out a few things from over here. One obviously is going to be register, handle, submit, and we'll take out other things along the way. Let's start building the UI for this. So I'll have a form over here instead of a div, and inside of this form, we're gonna have different checkboxes for each and every day, right? So first of all, we're gonna take all of the days. So these are going to be the day, and let's map through them. So I'll say dot map. If you want, you can also keep them as a static data in a separate file, and we'll take each and every day over here. I'll say return. Inside of this, I'm gonna have a div over here with a controller. So basically, why we are using controller, you already know, because it is for supporting the third-party component where register is not supported. So in this case, we will be using a checkbox. So before using controller, let me show you how we can use checkbox. So I'll go over here to the Shadcn UI documentation and checkbox. There we go. There's a checkbox, and we can simply use it just like this. So I'll say checkbox, and then after this checkbox, we can display a span tag with the that particular day. So inside of this, I'll say day dot character at, I'll take the 0th index and I'll make it uppercase to uppercase, and let's just import this checkbox from our UI folder. So you can see just like this. So, and after this, let's just add the rest of them. Day dot slice and start from 1. We could have also used capitalize over here as the Tailwind class, but I wanted to show you that this is also possible. Let's give it some class name of width to be 24. Let's see. Yeah, that looks good. We can update the values as well. All right, let's use this controller, and I'll use this checkbox inside of it itself. So first of all, what is going to be the name of this particular field? So for each and every field, if you remember, we have this is available, right? So this is what will define if that particular day is available or not. If we check this, then it's that day is available, right? So I'll say name, and actually I'll keep it inside of a curly brace, and inside of backticks, so I can say day, that particular day dot is available. So we're going inside of, let's say for example, Monday. So inside of the Monday, we have day schema, so dot is available. We have the name, we will get the control. If you remember, we get this control from use form hook. control, just like that. Then after that, we have something called as render for rendering our component. So this will be a callback, and it takes field inside of it. So let's bring in this checkbox inside of it, and I'll just return it. And this is giving us error because it requires the key, right? So key, let's just keep it as day. Let's check this field, and I'll say checked equals field dot value, whatever the value is going to be checked. And on check change, it will be a callback. Let's take the changed value or checked over here and say set value. So we're manually setting the value over here using set value, which also comes from here use form. Set value to be this thing right here. For this particular field, I will set the value to be this checked that we are getting from right here. But what if user has not checked it and provided it value, right? So we will just give it some default value to our backend. So I'll say if checked not true, I'll say set value, start time to be this and time to be this, because it doesn't really matter, right? If it checked or not, because it doesn't matter what time is over here, right? Because user is not available, so our customer will not see it, or the person who is booking will not see this. All right, and let's just give this day some styles, which is going to be display flex, items to be center, and some margin top and bottom, and margin bottom additionally to be 4. So let's see. Yeah, that looks good. Now we want to make sure that whenever we check on any of these boxes, only then the time shows up over here, right? So for this, I'll take a variable over here, const is available, and I'll use something called as watch. So watch from use form, and I'll say watch that particular field. So this field right over here, right? So this is what we will be monitoring. And if this is selected, then this will be true, else this will be false. So right below this span tag is available, then we will show that select boxes, both of those select boxes. So inside of it, just take a fragment, and we'll again use this controller component over here. Let's just copy and paste it here. We're not going to be using this checkbox, so let me remove that. And for this, instead of is available, it will be start time, and there will be one more for end time as well, right? So I'll just duplicate this. Between this, I'll have a span which will say 2, that is start time, to end time, whatever, like both of them will be a select box. And let's just take the select box from Shadcn UI. So here it is, select box, and I'll just take this code right here. I'll just comment this out for now, and I'll paste this select right here. So let's just keep one select item, and let's just import all of these from /UI folder. Select value, select content, and select item. All right, placeholder I'll keep as start time, and width let's just keep it as 32. Now right here we will render all of the time slots inside the select, right? So if you remember, I added this time slots data inside of data.js. So this is exactly what will be used right here. Let's take this time slots, and here I'll add time slot, like import it from data.map, and I'll take one single time inside this. I'll have this select time, and I'll return it. Let's give it a key of time, value of time. Inside of over here as well, I'll say time. Let's see how this looks like. So if I go back to our app, if I select this, then this will be visible. See? Yep, amazing. This is working flawlessly. Let's just take this controller, and I'll just duplicate it instead of doing this again. So I'll just paste it over here, and instead of start time, I'll say end time. And in the select, obviously we need to do one more thing over here. That is on value change, we need to say field.onChange, and for value, we will say field.value. Same thing we will do over here as well, so that we can update the value inside of the hook form. All right. If there's any error, let's just test it out. So above it, I'll render all the errors. So take the errors from here. So I'll say form data, what was it? Form state, sorry, errors. Let's take this errors and render them right above over here. I'll say errors for that particular day. If any of the day has any error, then it will show for that particular day. So errors of day dot end time. And their error can only be in the end time, right? Because end time should be more than start time. Let's keep this as optional chaining. And I'll say And I'll just simply display our span just like we were doing up until this point, either span or a paragraph. Also, yeah, this should be end time instead of that. Okay, I think everything looks good. Let's create the field for adding the time gap as well. So right below this, I'll have a div with a span, which will say minimum gap before bookings in minutes. And then I'll have a input tag over here. Let's import it from UI. It will be of type number. And you already know we will be using register over here. For the time gap field, we will say value has to be converted as number. Then I'll say class name equals to width to be 32. Let's see. Okay, this looks good. Let's just style this a little bit. But let's just add the errors as well for this. So I'll just copy this errors up below this input. I'll say errors, remove this. I'll say errors and let's get rid of this thing. And I'll say time gap. And this should do it. If the time gap is less than 0, it should give us errors. Now below it, let's just have a update availability button. So I'll have a button for update availability. Let's just import this button right here from UI/button, and it will be of type submit. Okay, let's see. Is anything remaining over here? I think we need to add some styles to this time gap. So I'll have a class name here, display flex, items to be center, and space x4, that is margin right and left. Some width to be 48 over here. And yeah, I think other things look good. Okay, that's fine. Let's just add some gap above this button. I'll say class name of margin top to be 5. Okay, that's fine. Great, then let's go on and try to create the API for this and add the logic for it. So let's go to our actions folder. Inside the availability, we will create a update availability action. And few things will be absolutely similar. Like for example, checking for user authentication. Then after that, if user exists inside of our database or not. So I'll just add that over here. But over here, instead of this include and all, we don't need days or anything over here. Let's just say include availability to true. And if user is not there, then I'll throw an error that user not found. Okay. Now after this, the data that we are getting right here, we need to convert it in a way that we can store it inside of our database. So I'll say const availability data equals object dot entries, and I'll take this data and I'll do a flat map for it. So let me show you first of all what this basically does is, so if I just console log over here the data and the availability data, let me show you. If I click on update availability, so obviously this won't work right now because we have not added the logic. So let's just add logic over here. So right here, I'll say that use fetch function, like the use fetch hook, that we created. We'll provide it with the update availability over here. And for now, I'll take the function of update availability and I'll take out loading and error. Right, let's just take this fn update availability and call it inside of our on submit function. So const on submit equals, and this will be an asynchronous function, which will simply say await fn update availability with the data that we will be getting from right here. And to call this function here inside of our form, I'll say on submit to be handle submit and provide this on submit over here. Okay, let me show you. So I'll select Monday over here and let's just say 10-minute gap. Right now, if I click on update availability, okay, yeah, it should give it right over here in the server. So first we will get the object that we are sending to it, right? But then we are doing object dot entries over here. So basically that will convert all of these into an array. So this whole object has been converted into an array and each and every entry has been converted into a separate array right over here, just like this. So now it is like this, we are safe to iterate over this thing. And for iterating it, so right here, I'll say dot flat map. So what does flat map do? So calls a defined callback function on each and every element of an array then flattens the result into a new array. So whatever the result of each and every callback we will get, it will convert it into a new array. Let me show you if I just take this and paste it on Google. So over here, you can see we were providing it with 1, 2, 1, but in the result we were getting 1, and in one array we were getting this 2, 2. So it removed the brackets, or you can say it flattened this array over here and gave us 1, 2, 2, 1. So this is what we want to do over here as well, because we have all of these inside of the array, right? So we want to flatten these over here. So let's remove this here, and I'll say flat map. Inside this we will have a callback, and for each and every element I'll take out the day and is available. So all of these things is available, start time and the end time, right? So for each and every array element, we are doing this over here. Now inside this callback, what I'll do, I'll first say if that day is particularly available, right? So is available. If that is true, and then we will take out the current date. What's the date that is today, right? So base date. So if I try to show you this, let's go to the browser and new date dot to ISO string. If we do this, we will get this, but we will split it from this t over here, and then we will take the first object. So that is what we are doing over here. So we got the today's date, then I'll say return. Inside of it, I'll have one single object which will say day equals day dot to uppercase. We will have the start time, and I'll say new date, and here we will create a new date. So let's just give this some base date, which is going to be this date, today's date, and t. So this is basically we are writing it inside of the ISO format for our database, and we will have the start time. Similarly, we will do this for our end time as well. Don't worry, this base date doesn't really matter over here much, because when we will be rendering it inside of our events page, or whenever the other user will book a time with us, we would just need to consider the start time and end time with respect to that particular date, the one that they are choosing. And in the end, I'll just say return. And after this, if the is available is not true, I'll say return to just empty array, right? So let me show you this again. So if I console log this now, console.log this after the flat map, and now try to submit it again. Let me just remove this. Yeah. So over here inside of our console, you will see what do we get? We get this. We just get the Monday. So we just added the time for Monday, right? So we get day as Monday, start time and end time, both of these things. Now after this, so let me just remove this. After this, we need to update it inside of our database along with our time gap as well. So I'll say if user.availability is true, then we will update it. If there is no availability present, then we will create it. So if this is true, I'll say await db.availability.update. We will update the certain values that are need to be updated, right? So first of all, we will find that availability. So where ID of that availability is user.availability.id, and then we'll provide the data over here. So data will be first of all the time gap. So time gap is will be taken out from the data, right? So I'll say time gap equals data dot time gap, and then we will provide the days. So days will be, if there's already any days, I'll say delete many. What this will do, it will delete all of the dates, and then we will push the new date. So I'll say create to be availability data, right? Just like that. And I'll just copy this up here, and in the else, I'll add the create function. So instead of update now, I'll say create. I'll remove this where. Now we don't need to search where it belongs. And in the data, now we will add the user ID, right? So user ID equals user dot comma. We don't need to do delete many over here. And yeah, I think this should be good enough. So I'll say return success to be true. And we're already calling it over here. Let's just handle our loading and error states. So over in the availability form, right here in the button, if it is loading, I'll say updating, else I'll say update availability. And in the disabled equals loading. And if there's any error, so this error right here, I will render the error above this button. So I'll say if there's any error, render this div with error dot message. Let's check it out. Okay, so now let's try to first of all give it some false value. I mean, end time should be less than start time. So yeah, you can see it just gave us the error in real time. If it's less than 0, yeah, again it gave us the error. Let's make it 0 and let's make this till 4 p.m. Update the availability. Let's see. This should be done. Go to the network tab. Yeah, I think it has updated our availability success to be true. Let's go and check it out inside of our database. Here inside the tables, inside of the availability table, yep, we get this entry right here, time gap to be 10. If I go on to day availabilities, yes, we see this Monday right over here. Now don't worry about this. This has converted the time into some other time zone, but when we will fetch this time back to us, we will again convert this time to our current time zone when we will be displaying it for the user. Now finally it's time to go and build our custom user page. So if you forgot, let me remind you, this user page where we will be seeing our name, profile pic, and all of the public events that we have showcased. Awesome, let's go. So I'll go back to my code, and right here we created this username route, if you remember. Let's create a new file over here called page.jsx. I'll say RAFCE user page or custom user page, whatever you want to name it. And we will try to make this in a way that this should be a SEO friendly page, because it's a public page, right? So we need to set everything from metadata to server side rendering. Everything will be taken care for this page, right? So before this, let's go to our actions and create a new action for users.js. And user already exists. So yeah, inside this file, we will fetch the data for that particular user with respect to the username, right? So if I show you inside of our app, if I just say roadside coder, this should take us to the user page. Amazing. So now we will use this username over here and we will fetch the data. So here inside the users.js file, I'll create a new function, get user by username, and we will take the user name as an input inside of our params and try to focus what I'm trying to do over here. We're going to be needing a bunch of different things here in this query. So first of all, now we don't need to check if user is logged in or authorization or authentication, right? We're just fetching the public data. So const user equals await db.user.find unique. Okay, we will find this user with respect to its username. So where we have this username. Okay, now what are all the details that we will be getting? So right after this, we can take the specific details that we will be needing, right? Like for example, I will be needing the ID, so ID true. I'll be needing the name, email, and image URL. Yeah, that's fine. And I will be needing all of the events related to the user. So events where we don't want the public events, right? So where is private is false. So we will just need the public event. So don't just send me any private event over here, right? So after that, I want to say order by created at in descending order. Okay. Then I will say what I want inside of this events object. We want the ID, title, description, duration, if it's private or public, which obviously it's going to be public, right? And also, just like we did previously, we want all of the number of bookings for that particular event. So I'll say underscore count, select bookings to be true. This will give us the count of bookings related to that particular event. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's just return this user object that we'll be getting. So return user. Cool. Now let's go back to our page.jsx. Let's close this up. And right here, we will take our params. So inside of this params, we will be getting our username. Let me show you. Console log params dot username. Oops, username. Let's see. I think we should begin. Yeah, we are getting it right over here. You can see roadside coder. Let's make our API call. So let's make this an async because we're going to be making an API call over here. So right here, I'll say const user equals await get user by username, the function that we just wrote, the action that we just wrote, and we will provide it with this username, and we will get this user, and I'll say if user does not exist, I'll return, or actually I'll route it to not found page. So not found, the one that we created, but we will be importing it from next/navigation. It will handle other things on its own. So not found. Let's see now. Since this user exists, then it's not giving us not found. But if I say roadside coder 1 and press enter, now it will give us 404 page not found. So you see how efficient Next.js is in handling all of these use cases. Otherwise, we'll have to write longer code to handle all of these things. So inside this div, I'll have another div, and inside this, I will add the avatar component that we used earlier. So let's go back to Shadcn UI, and here in the avatar, let's just take this avatar component again, paste it over here, import all of these three things just like that. And for the src, we will give the user image URL, and in the alt, we will say user.name. For the fallback, we will just show the initial of that user, char at 0 for the user.name. Let's give it some class name. So class name to be width 24, height 24, and margin bottom to be 4. Okay. Below this avatar, I will show the name of the user. So h1 user.name, and then below it, let's just show a paragraph which will say, welcome to my scheduling page. Please select an event below to book a call window. So this will be, common to all of the users. And some text gray 600 and text to be center. Let's give this some h1 text of 3xl, font bold, and margin bottom to be 2. Let's see if this looks good. Yeah. Let's just align it in the middle. So for this div, I'll say display flex to be column, items to be center, and margin bottom to be 8. All right, that's more like it. Let's just give this parent div some class as well. Let's make it a container. So container, margin horizontal to be auto, so that all of this appears in the middle, and padding horizontal to be 4, padding vertical to be. All right, let's render all of the events below it. So first of all, I will check if this user has any events or not. So over here, I'll say if user.events.length is equals to 0, then I'll just display a message, else we will render our events over here, right? So we will display a message that no public events available, right? But if that is not the case, over here, I'll say a div. Inside this div, we will render all of the user events. So user.events.map, and we will take one single event over here. And inside this, I'll say return the event card, if you remember, that we created earlier. It will take a bunch of things like the event, username is public, etc, etc. So first of all, let's just give this a key of event.id. It will take the actual event, which is the event, the username, which is params.username, and if it's public or private, right? So it's a public component, so I'll make it is public so that it doesn't show those, copy and all. And why doesn't it displaying my events over here? So user.events.length equals 0. That's fine. We did create some events, right? So if I go to my events, so this was a private event, my bad. Let's create a public event over here. So edit event title to be one-on-one interview prep, which I also do. If you follow me, you can find the link to book a one-on-one call with me in the description down below. I'll help you out in front-end interview prep. Okay, let's keep it 45 minutes long and keep it a public call. Create event. Okay, the event has been created. Let's go back to our user page /roadside coder. Amazing, this is visible. Let's just make it a display grid. So right here in this div, I'll say class name of grid, gap will be 6 between them. In the medium screens, it will be grid column 2. That is will be showing 2 columns, and in the larger screens we will be showing 3 columns. So let's see. Yep, this looks good. If I reduce it to medium screens, 2 columns, and in the smaller screen, 1 column. Amazing. This looks beautiful. Let's go on and design our single events page. So if I click on it, you're gonna see we haven't added the on click over here. So if I go to event card, I'll add a on click over here. So on click, and this logic will be very simple. So let me bring it in real quick. So handle card click, right? So basically what we're doing over here is if e.target.tag name is not equals to button, that is it is not equals to these buttons, that is copy and delete, right? And e.target.tag name is not equal to the SVG. Then we will simply say window.open whatever the origin is /username/event.id, just like we have done right over here. We will open it and we'll say underscore blank so that this will open it in another tab, right? So we can just copy and paste this over here, and now this should work. So if I go back, if I click on it, you see it opens it up in another tab, username and the event ID. So obviously this page does not exist yet. We will make this page next. But before that, we need to make sure that we have the metadata for this page, because this is going to be a public page, right? We want this page to rank on Google. So let me show you how we can add the metadata for Next.js app. So right above this component, I'll say export const, let's say export async, and let's make a normal function called generate metadata. Now this name has to be exactly the same, generate metadata, and we will take the params, that is for the user params, and we will fetch the data for that user. So let's fetch the data, and we will say if user is not there, instead of not found, I'll return some random title. Title will be user not found. So this will be displayed in the title of the page. Else, we will simply display a title and the description with respect to the user, right? So I'll say title, user.names profile, and our app name, right? Whatever you've kept the name of your app. Let's just say scheduler in this case. And for description, I'll say book an event with Piyush, view available public events and schedules. Let's see if this works. You can see if I hover on it, Piyush Agarwal's profile and scheduler. If I go to view page source, you will see this over there as well. Let's just wrap it. You can see book an event with Piyush Agarwal, all those things. Right, so yeah, this is why this is one of the major reason of using Next.js, that it provides the SEO capabilities to our apps and make our apps rank on Google. Amazing. Let's go on and build this event booking page right here. But first, let's write the logic for fetching that particular event. Let me just close everything up over here. In the actions, in the events.js, I'll write an event here, which is get event details. And this will take a username and an event, event ID, which is both of the things that we're getting here, right? This username and the event ID, this will be enough to fetch that particular event. So const event, and again, we're not doing any verification over here if user is logged in or not, because this is a public data. So await db.event.find first, whatever is the first object that you find for this one, where the ID is event ID and username is this particular username over here. And what are we going to include in this? So below where I'll say include user. For user, we want to select the name, email, and image URL. Great, and that's pretty much it. Let's just return our event. So I'll say return the event. Cool, then let's go to our app, username and event ID. Let's create a new file, page.jsx. And this will be quite similar to the user page that we've made over here. Let's just copy everything up and we will work on this accordingly. So let's just remove everything inside this return statement here. Instead of this user, this will be an event. So let's just write this generate metadata first. Remove both of these things, this as well. And instead of this, I'll say get event details. I'll take the username and I'll say params dot event ID. And I'll say event over here. If event is not present, I'll say event not found. And for the title and description, I'll simply say book the name of the event. Let's say one-on-one call with the user's name, with Piyush, and the name of our app, which I'll say scheduler. Description, schedule a whatever's the duration of that event. Let's say 30-minute event title, like one-on-one call with Piyush, right? Something like that. Pretty simple. So let's just copy it and paste it right here as well. Instead of user page, I'll say event page. If the event is not there, we'll say not found. Now inside of this return, I'll have a div. And inside this div, we will render two components. One is going to be for event details, which doesn't exist yet. And other one is going to be a booking form, which again doesn't exist. And I will wrap a suspense component around booking form. And let's just say a fallback to be loading booking form. Again, both of these don't exist. So let me just comment it out for now. And for this div, I'll give a class name of flex column for smaller screens. For bigger screens, I'll say flex row. Justify to be center so that it appears on the center of the screen. Horizontal padding to be 4, vertical padding to be 8. So let me just say event page over here and save it. And now go back. Let's see. Okay, we have not imported this thing over here. Let's import it and go back again and see. Okay, this is where it needs to be. So let me show you for the context. If I just click on over here in this event, this is how our page should look like, right? So let's go on and first make this event details section, and then we will work on this booking section, because this is honestly one of the most complex part of this app, right? It will involve booking event in the calendar and so many different things. Let's just talk about it in a while. Let's first build this section over here. So let's go back to our app and I'll create this event details component. So right here in this folder itself, I'll create a new folder called underscore components so that it is excluded from the routes. And inside this, I'll have event dash details.jsx afce event details. And let's just import it right here. So let's go like this. Okay. So let's go inside this event details. And over here, we're going to get the event, right? The current event. Let's see if I'm sending this. Yeah, let's just send it from over here. And right here, we will take out the user from this event. So user. And first of all, we will have a h1. Inside of it, we will render the event.title. Below this, I'll render the name of the user and the image of the user. So let's just take this from our username page. So this thing right here, yep, both of these things. So below this, I'll say avatar. Let's import it from ./UI and keep both of these things in a separate div. So let's put both of these things in this. Actually, just the avatar. For this thing, I'll have a h2 and then email of the user as well. So user.email, or actually you can keep username if you want, right? Username, you know, something like @ this username. Let's make it a p tag. Let's see how this looks currently. Okay, @ oh, I think we are not sending the username from this API over here. Where is it? Sorry, in the events. Let's just send the username as well. Username, and see if it's visible. Let's refresh it. Yep, it is visible. Okay, let's go back to event details. Let's keep both of these in one single div itself. And let's make it text XL, font semi-bold probably. Let's remove this font semi-bold. For our paragraph, I'll just say text gray to be 600. So that it is a little bit lighter, right? Something like this, okay? Let's add some more styles over here. For our event title, I'll say text 3XL, font bold, margin bottom to be 4. For this container div, I'll say padding to be 10. In the larger screens, width will be 1/3 and background will be white. So in the larger screen, we're showing 1/3 because in the smaller screens, we will show it completely, right? And from top to bottom. Then for this avatar div, I'll say display flex, item center and margin bottom to be 4. And for this avatar, we have width 24. Let's just make it 12 and margin right to be 4. Let's see how it looks. Okay, let's just remove this event page from here. Yeah, this thing. So you see, we've given it some background white as well. So it's starting to take. And, you know, I think I should keep it inside of this div only so that this comes after the image, after this right here. Yeah, that's more like it. And below this div, I'll have another div which will show the, you know, more information about this call, like what's the duration. So inside this div over here, I'll have a span tag which will say event duration minutes. How many minutes does this event last? We will have an icon over here as well. clock icon imported from Lucid React, margin right to be 2. Let's just give this some class name of displayFlex, items to be center, and margin bottom to be 2. Yep, that's more like it. Let's just add the information on where this event will be happening. Let me just copy and paste it over here. Margin bottom can be 4 for this one. And for this, I'll have a calendar icon with React, and span will just say the location will be Google Meet. And simply below this, we will have the description of the event. So event.description. And that's all. Let's go and see. Yep, that's more like it. Let's go on and build our booking form. So I'll go back to my code, and here inside of this, we have this booking form, right? So let's create a new component called booking-form.jsx. RAFCE booking form, just like this. Okay, let's just import it right here. So booking form, just like that. Now let me tell you this logic right here. It is very, very important. Probably the most important thing inside this app, right? So you need to stay focused and try to understand. And whenever if you feel like you are not able to understand anything, just try to rewind the video and watch that segment again. Now, before going on to create this booking, I want to get the user availability details, like availability details with respect to this event, right? Event availability. Like for example, if we're gonna fetch the availability, we need to check, is there any slot that is already booked, right? So we need to consider all of these things as well, right? So, okay, let's go to our events.js file right here, and we will create a new action called getEventAvailability. And this will simply take an event ID. And first of all, we will try to find that event. So let's just take this thing right here that we used earlier and paste it over here. And right here, instead of find first, I'll say find unique for that particular event, where ID is equals to event ID. Let's just get rid of this. What do we need to include? We need to include user information. We will not be getting these things. Instead of this, I'll say include data from the availability table. So try to understand what we are doing over here. Let me show you this in more clear way. So we want the details of this event, but we want to fetch the availability of the user who has created this event, right? So we're saying include the user who has created this event. And now we are inside the user table. And now inside the user table, we are fetching the availability for that user. So availability for that user. And even inside of this availability table now, we are going to select a few things. So select, first of all, the days, true, and the time gap, right? So I hope you understood this part. And apart from availability, we also want the bookings related to this particular event for that particular user. Now, if we were to get the bookings for that particular user, we would get all the bookings. But we are seeing for respect, like with respect to this event only, we need to fetch the user bookings, right? So apart from this availability, I'll say bookings and select the start time and end times of those bookings. And this will be used for removing these time slots that are already booked. Right? Okay. So now we have all of this data right over here. Now, below this, I'm going to say if there is no such event or if there is no such user availability available. So return simple empty. But if there is available, then I want to take out the availability and bookings for that particular user. All right. Now, I told you that when we are storing the availability over here, right, updating or creating the availability inside of our database, it is converting it to its own time zone. So now we want to convert it back to our own time zone. And in fact, let's just forget that for a second. Even before that, when it comes to displaying the user slots, we will just be displaying the user slots for next 30 days. So if you see over here for this event, if I select any date, we are displaying it for next 30 days only. Right? So this is what we will be doing over here. So first, we'll be taking today's date. And right now we will be having some complex logic related to date and everything. So for this, I will be, installing a library over here, which will help me do these things, which is called datefns. So just open a new terminal over here and say npm installed date-fns and press enter. Okay, it has installed. Now, right here, I want to get the start date, that is today. start date equals to start of day. So this will be coming from date fns. Let me just manually import it. So import from date fns, and I'll say start of day. Now, what is this all about? See, it returns the start of the day for the particular given date, right? The result will be in the local time zone. So we're converting the things into our local time zone over here as well. So if the start of day is like 12 a.m. or something, right? So that is what it will convert our date into. And now, so this is the start date where we will start the slots, and then we will have const end date. So end date will be 30 days after the start date, right? So I'll use an add date, or sorry, add days function, which will again come from date fns library, and we will first give this the start date and add how many days? 30 days, right? So then we will have the end date now. So this is super helpful, this library. And let's go on and create the data for all of these dates. So const available dates equals an empty array, and we will work on this empty array. So inside this available dates array, basically we will be storing a particular date and all of the slots related to that particular date, right? So let's start iterating. I'll have a for loop over here. We will start this for loop. So date equals from our start date, right? This start date. We will go date less than or equals to end date if the date is less than or equals to end date, and we will iterate, like we will increase the date by 1. So we will just use this add days function. So I'll say add days and date plus 1, or just 1, add it over here. And yeah, we will iterate our date from start to finish just like this. Now for each and every date, we will see what is the day on that day, right? Let's say, for example, let me show you. In this example over here, we have selected Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We have selected basically all of the dates, right? But let's say if we were to only select Mondays, so it will only go and fetch Mondays and slots for Mondays, and it will only display Mondays like between those 30 days. So first of all, I'm gonna get the day of the week. So const day of week equals format. This format function again comes from date fns. I'll take the current date and give it EEEE format. So basically this format right here returns us the day, and I'll say dot to uppercase. Okay. Now we got the day on that particular day. Now we will check. We have this availability of users availability, right? So we'll take this availability and say availability dot days dot find. We will find is user available on that particular day. So I'll simply say d dot day on that particular day if it's equal to day of the week. If user is available, then good. Let's assign it to a variable day availability. Let's check if it has something inside of it. Day availability has something inside of it, that is user is available on that day. So first of all, for that particular day, I will keep it in a certain format, that is year, month, and date. We will take this date string and now start to generate all of our slots. So I'll have a function over here, const generate available slots, and we will be creating this function over here. Const slots, actually slots equals generate available slots, and this function right here is going to take multiple different things. So first of all, for that particular day, I'll say what's the start time and end time of the user availability. So day availability dot start time, day availability dot end time. What's the duration of that event is? So event dot duration, all of the bookings, so that we can check if any booking is interfering between the slots. The date string, this date string, the current date string, and availability dot time gap. We have to consider this thing as well, like the time gap, right? If it's 1 hour, user can only book call with me after 1 hour. Okay. And then once we have gotten all of these details, in the end, I'll say available dates, this right over here, dot push. I'll push it's inside of an object. I'll say date equals date string for that particular day. What are all the slots inside of it, right? That's all. And we will return it in the end. So return available dates, but obviously we have to create this generate available slots function over here. Let's say generate available time slots. Okay, so right below this, I'll say const, or let's just say function generate available time slots, and it will take all of these things, which is the start time, end time, duration, bookings, date string, the current date, and the time gap, which is by default I've kept 0. Now let's start with const slots equals the empty array, and we will fill it accordingly. And for the start time and end time, let's just take two variables. So if you remember earlier, where did we use it? In the availability, I believe. When we were storing it inside of our database, we used this format over here. So base time t start time. So we will sort of use the same thing over here as well. So inside of it, first of all, const current time, or you can say start time as well. I'll say parse ISO and use like import it from datefn. So parse the given string in ISO format and return the instead of that date. So we'll parse it and make sure that this is an ISO string. So let's create an ISO string over here. So I'll just paste that thing. Instead of base date, I'll use this date str over here. For the current date, I'll provide the time over here. So time, first of all, I'll convert it dot to ISO string, because we don't know what we will be getting from our database, right? So first I'll convert it into ISO string and then take out the time. So slice 11,16. And yeah, I think this should give us the start time, and let me just duplicate it for the end time. So I'll say slot end time, and over here instead of start time I'll keep end time. Now we want to iterate from this start time to end time, and for each and every single time slot we will compare, is this time slot available? Like we will consider things like time gap, we will consider things like booking, the duration, etc. But before all of this, we need to make sure that we don't show the time slots from the past, right? Like for example, if the date is today, so const now equals new date. So I'll say if I'll format this date. So now comma in this format, if it's equals to the date string, that is if it's today, then now I want to make sure, let's say if it's 3 p.m. right now, I want to show the slots only after 3 p.m. So I'll say current time, the start time over here, I'll update this start time over here, right? So current time equals, I'll check is before. If it's before the current time, so is before the current time comma now. So if this current time is before the actual time that is right now, if that is the case, question mark, then I want to add minutes, whatever now is, and I'll add this time gap over here. That is, user can only book only after, let's say if time gap is 2 hours, only after 2 hours, right? So that time will be returned over here. Else, not an issue, I'll just say current time. That's all. And actually, since we are reassigning it over here, this should be let, not. All right, so now what we'll do, we'll start a while loop. And while loop will run until the current time is less than the slot end time. So inside this loop, first of all, let's say if the start time is 9 a.m. and end time is 12 p.m. and the call is for 30 minutes. So now we will be generating 4 slots, right? 9 a.m., 9:30, 10 a.m., 10:30. And actually not 4 slots, more. 11 a.m., 11:30. That's all. 6 slots, right? So for that, we will say const slot end equals new date. We will get whatever the current time is, the start time plus the call duration into 60,000. And this will be like, let's say if it's 9 a.m., this will be 9:30. Now for that particular slot, this current time, we need to check if this slot is even available, right? If there's any call that has been booked for this particular slot. So I'll say const is slot available equals, I'm going to say bookings dot sum, and I will use this sum function over here and check if all of the bookings does not contain this particular slot, or this particular slot does not falls between all of these booking times. So I'll take one single booking, and like I'll say not, that if it is not the case, then this slot is available. So I'll take one single booking over here, and for each and every booking I'll take the booking start time and booking end time. And now we will compare 3 different cases. So return if the current time is more than booking start and the current time is less than booking end, right? If it falls between them, then the slot is not available. If the slot end falls between them, then the slot is not available. Or this booking start and booking end falls between both of these. Like if it's less than booking start, the current time, and slot end is more than bookings end, right? Then also it's still not possible. So the slot is not available. So after this, I will say if the slot is available, only then we will say slots dot push this slot array that we took right over here. Slots dot push format current time, and we will take the current time out in the format of r:minutes, right? Just like that. And then in the end, we will update the current time to be this slot end time. So in the next loop, it will start from 9:30 now, and then it will start from 10 a.m. and 10:30. So this loop will go on until we reach the slot end time. That's all. And in the end, we will return the slots array for each and every date, right? That's all. That is all we need to do in this function right here. Also, one more thing I just noticed over here in this for loop over here, you can see we need to say date equals add days date comma 1. So make sure to do this, else this will be stuck in a endless loop. So now let's go back to our page.jsx, and over here let's get our event availability. So I'm gonna import this, and let's try to console log right here and go back to our events page and refresh it. Okay, so now let's see, we must be getting something inside of our console. Yep, just like that. You see, we get bunch of different slots for all of the Mondays that are going to appear in next 30 days, because inside of our slots we only kept Mondays, right, in the availability. So yeah, let's take this data now and render it inside of our booking form. So for this booking form, I'm going to send a few things, which is the current event and the availability that we just fetched, right? Both of these things. Now let's go inside of this booking form, and to display that calendar, we will be using a library called React Day Picker. So I'm gonna install npm install React Day Picker. And also, when it comes to a particular booking, what are all the things that we will require? So let's go to our Prisma schema. So I'll put it right here. Let's scroll down and let's see, for a particular booking, yeah, we will require the name, email, the additional info if there's any, the time or the start time, and also the date of that particular meet, right? So this will be converted into start time itself. So we need to make the schema with respect to this. So inside of validations, so in this lib, go to validators. I'll create a booking schema quickly. So right here, I'll say export const booking schema. And for name, I'll say z.string. Minimum, it has to be 1 letter, else give us the error name is required. Same for email. If it's an invalid email, just give this invalid email error. For date, I'll say z.string.regex, and you can find our date regex on Google, right? So I just copied and pasted it right over here. You can see it has to first have year, then month, then date. So if that's not the case, it will be invalid date format. Same for time as well. It's going to be hour and minutes, else it will be invalid time format. And for the additional info, which is going to be optional, so I'll say z.string.optional. Cool, then let's go back to our booking form over here. Let's say use form, which will be imported from React hook form. Inside of it, we have the resolvers. We've done so many times now. I bet you must have gotten the hang of how React hook form works. Inside of it, we will say booking schema that we just created. I'll say const, and inside this, we will take multiple different things like register and handle submit, like previously, form, state with the errors, all of these things. Now over here, if I go back and show you inside of this app that I've made, if I select any time slot, we would require the name, email, and additional info, right? But we also require the selected date and time for this particular form as a whole, right? So for maintaining those, I will keep, separate states, that whenever our date or time is selected, we will update those states. So selected date and selected time, both of these, and import useState over here as well. All right. Now here, inside of this div, I'll have another div which will contain both my date picker and the times. And below this, I'll have another div which will contain my form. Now in this first div over here, I'll have another div. This will contain our date picker. So this library that we just installed, React Day Picker. So I'll say day picker, and you can obviously go and explore more about it from day picker documentation. It has a prop called mode. Is it single selection or multiple selection? So I'll say single. Selected, this will have the state. So I'll have selected date over here. When we change the date, what's gonna happen? So on select will be the date that we selected. So I'll just take one single date. And when we select a particular date, I'll set the date to that date and set the selected time to null, because then we have to select the time again, right? That's why I'm putting it null over here. Let's see if this is visible. Also, one more thing, apart from this, we need to import the CSS for this as well for React Day Picker. So make sure to add the CSS import, that is React Day Picker /style.css. Let's go on and see if we can see anything inside of our app right now. Okay, failed to compile. It's because this has to be a client component. So I'll say use client. Okay, now it should be visible. Let's see. There we go. It looks beautiful. You see? We can select the date as well, and it shows the current date in this bluish color. We will go on and style all of these as well. So let's go back. First of all, I will disable all of the dates that will come before today, right? So I'll say disabled equals before new date, that is today. See, yep, you can see we cannot select those dates anymore. Now, there is a prop that is modifiers. Now, these modifiers are basically the dates that we want to highlight, that these are the days or dates available that you can choose, right? So it will take a available. Answer this, we will give all of the available days that we have fetched just now from that function, right? So I'll take the event and the availability. Now we'll take this availability and say, let's say right here, I'll say const available days equals availability dot map, and for each and every day, I'll say day dot date and convert it into a proper date format, and take this available days and provide it right here. Now you will see that these will be highlighted over here. They are not highlighted. I guess we need to provide some styles to them. So right below this, I'll say modifiers styles. Let's just confirm if we are sending it. Yes, we are sending. So modifier styles for available. So this thing right here, this is a custom key that we have given. So for available, I'll say background to be light blue, border radius to be 100. Yep, amazing. We can see all of these dates. So for next 30 days, we're gonna see all of the Mondays over here. If you had added availability for, let's say, Wednesday or Thursday or any other date, those will be visible right here. So cool. Now when we select on these slots, we want to show the time slots over here. So below this div, I'll have another div which will say if we have selected date over here, date, then only we will show all of these time slots. So I'll have a div. Inside this, I'll have a h3 which will say available time slots, and below this, I'll render all of my time slots inside this div right here. So I'll take the time slots, and these time slots actually I'll have to take it out from availability, just like we've done over here. So what we'll do, we'll say for a particular selected date, if a selected date is there, like we have selected a date or not, I will say availability dot find for that particular date. So I'll say day dot date is equals to this selected date. For that particular date, we will fetch all of the slots, right? So now we will take this time slots and say time slots dot map. We will map through this. We'll take each and every slot over here, and inside of a button component, which let's import from UI folder, I'll render that slot. Key will be slot, and on click, we want to select that particular time. So set selected time to be that slot. And if there's time is selected, we want to show a variant according to that. So if the time is selected, we want to show the default, else we will show the outline. Let's see. If I click on over here, okay, format is not defined. Let's import the format. Where is it? Over here. Let's import it from date-fns. let's see if I click on over here, available time slots, it's not showing any available time slots. I think we have to return. Yeah, we have to return over here. Then it should show it. Yep, just like that. If I select any of these, it will show it perfectly. Amazing. Let's just give this some styling to these slots. So in the div over here, I'll say grid. And in the smaller screens, we will show 2 time slots, like 2 columns for this grid. And the larger screens will show 3 columns. And gap will be 2. For our heading, I'll show text to be large, font will be semi-bold, and margin bottom to be 2. Yep, you see, just like that. We want this to appear right over here. But first of all, if there are a lot of slots, we want to, scroll it. So let's just give this margin bottom of 4 first of all. And then over here, I'll say class name of widthful, heightful. And in the larger screens, overflow will be scroll. And we won't show any scroll bar. So for this thing, this is a custom class that I will create. So inside of this globals.css, let's create a custom class here. And this is something that you can take out easily from Google. Just search, how to hide a scroll bar. We generally don't remember stuff like this because it's different for different browsers, right? So for Firefox, it's scroll bar with none. For Chrome, it's just display none for no scroll bar. Okay, let's see if I go on over here. Okay, it's not long enough for the scroll bar to appear right now. Okay, let's style this date picker. First of all, for our container of this thing, I'll say flex column. That is, everything will appear from top to bottom. Gap is going to be 8 and padding is going to be 10. We'll have some border and background will be white. Let's see. Yeah, just like that. It looks much more professional now. Then for this container, I'll say in the larger screens, height will be 96, display flex and flex column in the smaller screens. And in the larger screens, flex will be row and gap will be 5. Let me show you. Just like this. If I go on to the smaller screens, see, it appears in flex column. By the way, just notice that this will not be d.days, it will be d.day, else this will not show up on the availability screen. And if you come down over here in the update availability, this needs to have :00z after it for the proper time formatting for this one over here as well. Okay, and if I choose any other time slot, let's just say, I don't know, 10 a.m. to 17. So it has updated it, and now if I refresh it, it should show over here this Wednesday slot as well. Okay, from 10 to 4:45. Awesome, and you can see this has kept the gap of 45 minutes between these slots because our call is of 45 minutes. Okay, let's go on and add more styles. So this will have width of full, and yeah, that's pretty much it, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go on and create that form over here. When we have selected both our date and time slot, we should display that particular form here. Instead of this div, I'll actually have a form over here, which will only be visible if the time is selected, right? So selected time and this form right here. Now inside this form, we will have multiple input fields, just like I already showed you, for name, email, and additional info. So let me quickly go on and make these fields. So first of all, for our name, it's going to have a input tag, which will be coming from our UI folder. I'll give it register with the name and placeholder, your name, and of course, displaying the errors. We're going to have one field for email, just like previously, register, type email, placeholder, your email. And one field will be for the additional info. And for this one, we will be using text area that we installed at the beginning of this video, which will be coming from UI folder. Placeholder will be additional info. Right now, in the end, we're gonna have a button. We will say schedule event over here. Let's go on and see. If I select this and a time, oh, it's breaking. It's because errors is not defined. Okay, so errors will come from, oh, it should be errors. Let's see. Now it should not give us error. If I select this and a time, yep, awesome. We're getting all of these 3 input fields. Let's go on and give it some styles. So form will be this right here. Okay. Now, whenever I submit this form, so let's just say over here in the form, I'll say on submit. We will submit, we'll provide a handle submit over here and an on submit function. So let's go on and make this on submit function over here. So const on submit equals, and this will be an asynchronous function. So I'll say async and provide data here. Let's just console log this data right here. And this should do it. And actually one more thing, we have this booking schema, right? So inside of this, we provide the date and time. For date and time, we don't have any separate fields. We are just choosing them right over here. Now, either we could have used controllers just like previously, or we can also, use use effect to set it manually. So use effect. So whenever, let's say, selected date is changing, I'll take out the set value from here, and I will say if selected date is true, for that date field, I'll say format, and format the selected date to year, month, and date format. Same for our selected time over here as well. So it's right below this, I'll say a use effect for the selected time, and you can either keep select value over here or remove it. I'll say if selected time is true, then set value time to be the selected time. Great, let's just go and try to submit our form over here. I'll choose the date, time, let's say Piyush, email, let's say Piyush Agarwal, vo@gmail.com, xyz. Okay, let's just go to console and try to see if we get something over here. If I click on schedule event, yep, we do get this right over here. Amazing. Now comes the main part of this video. And actually not the main, I would say the most interesting part of the video. We are going to schedule our event, and we are going to add this event into our own calendar, and the user who is booking the call into their calendar as well. And we will send them, the Google Meet invite onto their mail. So for this, I'll go to actions over here in the actions folder. We will create a brand new file called bookings.js. Great. Here, I'll write a function called createBooking, and it will take the booking data as an input, the data that we just saw over here. Now over here, there are multiple things that we need to verify. First of all, if the event exists or not. If it does, then we will go on and schedule the event on user's calendar, step 2, and the step 3 will be to adding this event inside of our database along with the Google Meet and everything. Okay. So I'll have a try catch block here, and I'll say const event equals await db dot event dot find unique. Inside of it, I'll say where the ID is booking data dot event ID. So if you remember, you see right here, we're sending all of this data, right? Along with this, we will be sending the event ID and everything as well. If you remember in our Prisma schema, we have mentioned that. So we will be sending the event ID as well. So I'm going to say booking data dot event ID. Now, along with this event, I want the information related to the user as well. This will also be useful for us. After this, I'll check. If the event does not exist, then simply we'll throw the error, right? Now, in the next step, we will use a Google Calendar API to generate meet link and book and actually add to calendar. Okay, then let's go on and add this logic. So first of all, what we have to do, we have to go to Google Cloud Console right over here. Click on this. Now over here, we have to create a new project. So click on over here. You can see it shows my previous projects. Click on this new project and we can add a new project. Let's just say scheduler. Location, none. Let's just create it. Amazing. Our project is being created. There we go. Let's just switch to that project just like this. Now what we need is the calendar API. So calendar API, click on it, and you need to enable this API to use it. So enable it. There we go. It should look something like this. It should route you to this particular page over here. Now it shows that to use this API, you may need credentials and all. Yeah, we will go on and create our credentials. So first of all, click on over here, OAuth consent screen. So basically inside of our app, we are using the Google OAuth screen, right? So we will configure our OAuth screens with respect to this. And, we will take the permission from the user if we can, access their calendar or not. So click on external over here and click on create. Okay, now we need to add some additional information over here, like app name is scheduler, user support email. Just add a support email over here. I'll just add my email. If you have any logo, you can upload it. Doesn't really matter. Authorized domains. Now, this thing is important. Click on add domain, and you need to add the domain over here where the OAuth screen will appear. So for that, we'll go back to Clerk dashboard. And over here in the configure tab, we have this social connections. Go on over here. Click on this settings icon. Now, currently this OAuth is being set up using Clerk, right? And Clerk's own credentials. But what we want to do, we want to add our own custom credentials over here to enable it. And you can see we have authorized redirect URI. Copy it over here. Go back to this page. Paste it here. Remove this https / and these as well. And actually, I think we need to remove this and this over here as well, just the accounts.dev, so that it knows that this is the domain that our app will be working on. Now, obviously, in the production grade apps, you will not be just adding something like this. You have to have your own domain over here, right? But right now, currently we are in development state, so that this is completely fine. But in the actual companies, they have their own domain, so we, add those domain over here. So yeah, that's that. Developer contact information, I'll just provide my email address. You can provide your own email address over here. Save and continue. Okay, now we need to add or remove scopes to our application. And scope is basically the APIs that we are going to be using. So click on over here and we want the calendar API, right? So let's go forward, or let's just search over here, calendar. And let's see. Yeah, so this /auth/calendar, just check mark and update. Cool, we have it right here. And I think we would need this info, email and profile scopes as well. Let's see. Yeah, this email and profile, just check mark these as well and click on update. Okay, so both of these are added. Now click on save and continue. Now, since this our app is on development state, we can add only certain users to our application while this is on development state, right? So click on add user and let me just add my own account, Piyush Agarwal vo@gmail.com. Click on add, save and continue. Now, if you want to add some other accounts, you can add more users over here. If you want this app to be available to everyone to use, you can go on and publish this app, and I'll show you how you can publish it. So click on save and continue. Okay, this looks good. Let's click on back to dashboard. So click on credentials over here and click on create credentials and OAuth client ID. Now select the application type. Our app is web application. Name is going to be scheduler, authorized JavaScript origins, and this is going to be localhost 3000. So we need to add this over here, and in the authorized redirect URIs, we need to add this thing, authorized redirect URI. Yep, and click on save. Great. So in this screen right over here, we need these things, so don't close it. So let's take this client ID, and right here we need to paste it over here. Then we will take this client secret and we have to paste it right here, and make sure you don't share these with anyone. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. And actually I would also need the calendar scope. So over here, paste this line, or just type this https://www.googleapis.com/auth/calendar. So this is the scope which will help us to access the calendar API, and click on save. Great, our settings are now saved and we have successfully implemented a custom OAuth for our application. So now I'll just sign out. And let's do one thing. I'll just remove everything related to this user from over here. So I'll just go to users and delete everything related to this user. So delete user. I'll try to delete this user from my database as well. So go over here. Let's delete this user from our database. Oh, we need to delete event first. So let's delete both of these events. Now let's delete this user over here. Okay, so it's asking me to delete the availability as well. Let's delete the availability. Now can we delete the user? Okay, we have reset our app. Let's go on and try to sign in again. Let's click on login, continue with Google. Now, yeah, now it's working. Let's select our account. Now it will tell us that this is a developer account. So click on continue, continue. And now you can see it's asking us the details for accessing our calendar. So let's just provide it and click on continue. Okay, let's see if it's working. So we are in. Great. Let's go to our dashboard. Let's again change our username to roadside coder. You can keep whatever you want. Let's go on and create a new event. Create an event, and I'll give a title. Let's say one-on-one discussion. Let's say casual discussion, duration 30 minutes, and I'll keep it as public and create the event. Okay, great. Let's go on and add the availability. And it was showing loading events over here. Let's go to our availability page. It should not be showing loading events. It should be showing loading availability. That's more like it. Let's add Monday and Wednesday from 10 to 3 p.m. And in this day, I'll say 11 to, let's just say, just 12:30, right? Update availability. Let's add some minimum gap of 20 minutes and update it again. And now I'll try to go again to roadside coder after this updating is done. Okay, let's go to roadside coder's page. Click on over here, and great. We are over here. Everything is just exactly the same. But now we have the successful access of Google OAuth screen. So let me show you how you can access it. It's very interesting. And you know, things like this are what the actual engineering problems are all about, right? If you see any other YouTube videos showing this calendar implementation or anything, they would just use a third-party app or something like that, and they will show just easy implementation of this calendar API. But this, what I'm showing you right over here, is what actually goes on in the industry and what you have to use, like using Google Calendar API and implement like generate Google Meet link and add it to the calendar and all of those things, right? So let's see how we can do that. So first of all, right here, I'm going to use Clerk client. Import it from /nextjs/server. From this Clerk client, I'll take .users.getUserOAuth access token. So with this, we will get the Google's OAuth access token that we just added to the Clerk. And you see, Clerk makes our job so much easier. We don't even have to, add it to .env or anything. We can directly fetch it from over here. So const data, and inside of this, we have to provide event.user.clerk user ID. So clerk user ID, and we'll take the OAuth from there. So I'll say OAuth, and what's the OAuth provider for us? Google. Okay. Now we need to take out the token from this data. So from the first child in this data, I'll take out a token, and I'll check if the user has connected Google Calendar or not. So if there's no token, creator has not connected Google Calendar. We asked for the permission for the first time, right? If they didn't ask, like provided it, we will give this error. Now, next, we need to set up our Google OAuth client. We have this token. So now we have to install a library over here, which is Google APIs, which is used for accessing Google APIs. And it is made officially by Google itself. npm install Google APIs. All right, let's wait for it to get installed. And now we'll say const OAuth to client is equals to google.oauth.oauth2. And we will import this Google from Google APIs. So it's not importing. Let's just manually import it. Import from Google APIs. I'll import Google. Okay, just like that. Now for this OAuth to client, I will give it this token right here. So OAuth to client dot set credentials, and access token will be this token over here. Now after this, we will access our Google Calendar. So const calendar equals google.calendar. Version is going to be v3. You can refer to the documentation if you want to know more about it, the version and all of those things. And for the authentication, we will provide this OAuth to client that we have provided. Now after it, we will generate the meet link as well. So to generate a meet link, I'll say const meet response equals await calendar dot events dot insert. Now let's see what do we get inside of it. We get a bunch of different things. Like first of all, we would need the calendar ID. So calendar ID is going to be primary for both of the users. We need the conference data version. So this is basically the version number of conference data supported by the API client. And these are actually the default things that you need to provide this to generate the meet link. Then we would need the request body. Now here will be the actual data that will go on for the meet, right? Like for example, it will take the summary of the call. What's the summary? It will be our booking data's like the name of the user and the event title. So I'll say booking data dot name dash event title. Then we will provide more details, like for example, description, booking data dot additional info that we were sending. When is it starting? So start will be date time, and inside this we'll provide start time and the end time in the next line. Who are both of the attendees? So we'll provide the email for both of the attendees where the email will go. So attendees will be in the array, email for the one who is booking, and the actual user with which we are booking it. And then we'll have the conference data. So conference related information such as details of a Google Meet conference. So this is required for basically generating our ID of the event. So conference data will be create request ID is going to be this event ID dash whatever is the date now. So this is going to be unique, just the request ID, right? And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. This will give us the meet link. So after this, I'll say const meet link will be meeting response or meet response dot data dot hangout link. We would need the Google event ID as well, so that later on we can go on and cancel our call. So meet response dot data dot ID. We get both of these over here. Now we can simply go on and add this inside of our booking table, right? So here simply I'll just add this query, that is const booking equals await db.booking.create, and import this db from Prisma. So db.booking.create, and we'll provide all of this data. What is this? The event ID. So we have this event from over here, the user ID from that event, name, email, start time, end time, the additional info, the meet link, and Google event ID that we got in the end, right? All of these things. And if all of this is successful, then in the end, I'll just say return success true and booking and the meet link, right? This will be used for displaying whenever the booking is completed. Else, I'll just, show some error over here. So console error creating booking will display the error, and success will be false, and error will be error.message. Okay. I think this should do it. Let's go on to our booking form. And over here, we're going to use our useFetch function that we, useFetch hook that we created, and import it right here. So import useFetch and this create booking. So we've done it multiple different times up until now, right? So I don't think I need to write it from scratch again and again. So import both of these things and take this fn create booking function. And in this on submit right here, we're going to trigger it. So let's just keep this console data. I'll just, say form submitted with this particular data. And after that, we will check, do we have the selected time or selected date or not? So I'll say if selected date and selected time is not there, then we will give the error that date and time is not selected. After this, we will format our start time and end time to be stored inside of our database. So for our start time, I'll say new date, and I'll format the selected date in year, month, and date format T, and add the selected time in the end. For our end time, I'm going to say new date and start time, whatever the start time is, I will add the event duration to it. So start time dot get time plus event duration 60 into 60,000. Okay. Now let's prepare our event data or booking data now that we have all of this information. So over here, I'll say booking data will be event ID, name, email, start time, end time. So start time, end time will be converted to the ISO string before storing, and the additional data, right? All of these things will be needed. And in the end, we will make this API call. So await fn create booking, and I'll provide it this booking data. Great. Let's just take this loading and data and display them. So first of all, for this data, after the booking has been done, I'll say if data has something, I'll show that booking is done and you can join the meeting over here, booking successful, etc. So I'll say return. I'll have a div. Inside this, I'll have a h2, which will say booking successful. Below this, in the data, we will get the meet link as well, right? So I'll say data dot meet link. If we have the meeting link, then we'll display it right here. So I'll display a paragraph tag, which will say join the meeting. And inside this, I'll have a anchor tag, with the href of data.meetlink, and it will open in the next, new tab. So I've added this target underscore blank and some class name of text blue 500, and on hover will show underline. Server only, we need to make this booking as the server action, right? So I'll say use server over here. Let's just add some styles to this. I'll add some class name over here with text center, padding 10, some border, and background will be white. And for this h2, I'll say text will be 2XL, font bold, and margin bottom is going to be 4. All right, now let's use this loading over here for our button in the end. And I'll simply say if it's loading, it will show scheduling, else we will show schedule event. And it will be disabled when this is loading, and some class name of width to be full. Let's see. If I select this 11:30, okay, let's just add my details. I'll add another email over here and add some information. Hello, looking forward to connect. Let's click on schedule event. Okay, booking successful, but we cannot see the meet link. What happened? So right here, okay. So here, yeah, we can see we have not added a wait over here. That's why the booking was not created. Let's try this again. Let's click on any time. Let's say 23. Let's select 10 a.m. Some random user and additional information from the other side. Let's go on and try this out. Schedule event. Okay, it's showing scheduling, and we get the meeting over here as well. Let's go and check it out inside of our calendar. So for 3rd, yes, we see we have booked this meeting and it has been added inside of our calendar. Let's go and see for the other user, and the other user has received an email for the call. Amazing. And they can add this to their calendar if they want from right over here. Great. So we have implemented the most interesting logic of our application, that is booking the call. Now the easiest thing remains, and that is rendering all of the meetings inside of the meetings tab right over here. And obviously right now it's going to show 404. All right, so let's go back to our code, and over here inside the meetings, I'll say page.jsx, RAFCE meeting page. And for this page, we can have some metadata. So I'll just say this is another way of adding metadata, some title and description. And here, let's go on and add a tabs component, which will help us to switch between upcoming and the past meetings, right? So you can see we have this tabs component in Shadcn UI. You can choose tabs from over here. And let's take this tabs and paste it right here. Let's import all of these things from /UI folder, tabs trigger, tabs content. Cool. So we will have default value as upcoming. We won't need this class name over here. For this, I'll say upcoming and this past. And here, the value will be upcoming, and here it will be past. Tab content. Now here we will be rendering for the upcoming. So let me show you upcoming, and here we will be rendering for the past. Let's go on and see. So see, we see this upcoming and past meeting, right? Awesome. So we'll create a component for both of these. But before creating that, actually, let's go on and write the logic for fetching all of our meetings. So meetings.js. And inside of this, it's going to be very easy, just like we've been doing up until this point. So export async function getUserMeetings, and it will take a type, either upcoming or past meeting. So by default, it will be upcoming. And inside of this, it's going to be similar to what we've done up until this point. So if I go to this events page over here, first of all, we will take if the user is authorized or not, and then we will find that user inside of our database. So let's just copy this up and paste it over here. Let's remove this line. So if user is logged in, if not logged in, we'll show unauthorized, and then we will find that user inside of our database, else we will say user not found. Now with respect to today, I'll show upcoming and the past meetings. So I'll say const now equals new date, and I'll say const meetings equals await db, import db from Prisma dot booking dot find many. Here I'll say where user ID is equals to user dot. Now we need to tell the start time over here as well. Like if the type is upcoming, we'll say start time will be greater than or equals to now. If it's past, then I'll say less than now, right? Now I want the user data as well. So what I'll do, I'll say include and go inside the event table. And inside the event table, we want the user data that event belongs to, right? The name and email, that's all. And then we will order these meetings, right? So I'll say order by, if the type is upcoming, order by ascending, else by descending. And in the end, simply I'll say return meetings. Okay, so now coming back to this page, we will create a components folder over here, underscore components. And here we will create a component which will show our upcoming and past calls or meetings. So I'll say new file meeting dash list.jsx, RAFCE meeting list. And this will take all of the meetings and the type. Okay, let's go back to this page.jsx, and here we will be fetching all of our meetings from that action that we have created. So we will have, let's just create two functions over here. First, async function, or you can also say component. Async function, one will be upcoming meetings, and we'll be fetching getUserMeetings upcoming over here, right? And we will say return that component, meeting list component, and we will just send the meetings equals meetings, and the type will be upcoming. Okay, similarly, let's create for the past meeting as well. So right below this, I'll have this past meeting component as well, which will simply say past over here, and the type will also be past. Okay, now for both of these tabs component, like for example, for the upcoming, I'll use suspense over here when the API call is being made. So fallback will be loading upcoming meetings, and inside this, I'll just render this upcoming meetings component. Same for this one over here as well. I'll render all of the past meeting in this particular tab. Okay, let's go inside of this meeting list component and render all of them. So first of all, if meetings.length is equals to 0, I'll say no upcoming or past meetings found, like whatever the type over here is. Otherwise, inside this div, we'll just go on and render all of our meetings. So meetings.map. And again, I would highly recommend you guys to go on and try this yourself first. So return, and I'll return a card component. So let's just take a card component from Shadcn UI now. Card component. Let's take this card over here. What's the issue? Auth is not defined. Okay, let's define the auth from /server. Okay, is there any other error? Not yet. Okay, so let's go back and I'll paste that card component over here in the return. Let's just import everything from UI, card title, card description, card content, and card footer. Do we need it? Yeah, I think we would need it for rendering the cancel meeting button. Let's just say key is going to be meeting.id. Okay, and this will have class name of flex column and justify between, and the container will have the class name of display grid. Gap is going to be 4 between them. In the medium screens, it will be grid columns 2. In the larger screen, it will be grid columns 3. Okay. Now for the card title, we will show the meeting title. So meeting.event.title. Let's see. Meeting is not defined. Okay, yeah, we need to take meeting from over here. Now let's see. Yep, we can see that one-on-one discussion. Let's show the description over here as well. I'll say with, if it's with me, so with Piyush. And after this, I'll show the additional info. So I'll say meeting.additional info in the quotes. So yeah, hello from the other side. Yeah, just like that. Now inside this card component over here, we will have a div which will contain the date of our meeting. So first of all, I'll import this calendar icon with class name of margin right 2, height 4, and width 4. And then we will format our start time and show, like we will fetch the date from it, and we will show what is going to be the date. So let's see. Yeah, just like that. Let's just give this div some class name of flex item center and margin bottom to be 2. Just like that. Similarly, we will be rendering the start and end time as well. So right below this, I'll have another div with the clock icon over here. Same class names. And in this span, I will take the time, the start time and the end time, and I'll say display the hour and the minute over here. Right, so it will show the start time to the end time, just like that, with the AM and PM, right? So that's why I've added this here. All right, now I think the stuff is kind of repetitive, so After this, we will just going to be rendering our meeting link, right? So I'll just say if meeting has a meet link, then just render this video icon over here. And I'll have a tag, which will simply say meeting.meetlink, just like we, rendered it after the booking was successful. Add the same class names over here. On hover, it will show underline and a join meeting text. So let's see. Video has been imported, right? Yeah, what's wrong with this? When we click on join meeting, it will take us to another page for joining that meeting with that meet link. Now in the card footer, we will show the cancel meeting button. So right over here in the footer, I'll have a button with variant destructive, and this will say cancel meeting. Let's see. Okay, this looks really good. So there are no past meetings, so it won't show currently, but we have this cancel meeting button over here. Now I'm giving you an assignment over here. So the assignment is that you have to implement this cancel meeting button. Now it's pretty simple. You just have to click on it and you have to delete the meeting data from the database, right? No, it's just not that simple. You have to send user the cancel meeting email as well. And this is something, if you are able to do this, then trust me, my friend, you're amazing. Because you will have to go through the documentation to understand this sort of stuff. You have to go through the Google Calendar API. And if you're not able to do this, I'll tell you what you need to do. So you just need to go to my repository over here. I have the solution for this. So right here in the app, in the main, in the meetings folder, we have this cancel meeting button. So I've added this cancel meeting button separately. It's just very simple, just like what we've been doing up until this point, right? We have written this cancel meeting action. So let's see this cancel meeting action. In the meetings.js, we have this cancel meeting action, and don't look at this solution if you don't want to, get any spoilers. But simply what you have to do over here, you have to find that particular booking, and from that particular booking, you just have to follow the similar step that you did to, take out the Google token data, the OAuth to client, set credentials. All of these are, similar. Initialize a Google Calendar API, and then simply you have to delete it from the calendar using the Google event ID that we saved earlier, right? And this will automatically send them the email. And after that, you have to delete it from our database as well. So yeah, I would highly recommend you to go and try this yourself. This is a very simple logic. And now let's go on and implement that, updates that we will be displaying over here inside of our dashboard. So for this, we will be creating an action. So inside of our code, let's just create a new action called dashboard.js. And here I'll create a new action for get latest updates. Now, first of all, again, the same thing. We'll have to check if the user is logged in or not, and the user exists inside of our database. Same things. And here simply, we will be just fetching the upcoming meetings. So here we have written this logic, right? Meetings. So let's just copy this logic over here up until this point, and I'll paste this over here. And all we have to do is, instead of this, I'll say greater than or equals to this thing. Inside of the event, we don't want user information. I'll say select the title of the event true, and order by ascending. So let's just get rid of this thing, and I just want 3. So take : 3. Yeah, I think this should do it. Let's just call it upcoming meetings. So upcoming meetings. Let's go to our dashboard page and render it. So right here in the latest updates. So just like what we've done up until now, let's use the useFetch function and take this get latest update that we wrote just now. And in the use effect, we will fetch it. So inside the use effect, I'll add in ify over here. That is, we just saying await fn updates and wrapping this whole thing up and calling it right away. So this is what it's called, the ify. So over here, we will be rendering our latest updates. So first of all, I'll check if our updates are loading or not. So if not loading, then we will show it, else we will show that it is loading. So I'll say loading updates. Else over here, we will have a div. Inside of this div, I'll say upcoming meetings, and upcoming meetings dot length is more than 0. If that is the case, then we will render them over here. If not, I'll just say no upcoming meetings. Okay, so over here I'll have a UL tag inside of which we will be rendering them. So I'll say upcoming meetings dot map, return a li tag. Let's take every single meeting over here and render, and let's just provide this as like key of meeting ID. And inside this, I'll render three things. So just like this. So first thing will be meeting.event.title, the title of the meeting, on what date is it on, and with whom, with the person that this is on, like date and time will be also displayed over here. So all of these things we've already done, right? So format, new date, and let's just import format over here. New date, whatever the start time is, we will display the day and the time. Let's save this and check it out. So it's showing no upcoming meetings, but it should show upcoming meetings. I think it's probably not getting fetched properly. Let's try to refresh this. Let's see what we are getting inside of this upcoming meetings data. So console log upcoming meetings. In the console, it is undefined. So that means there's some issue with this get latest updates probably. Inside of this server action, let's just import this auth. I think it's because of this, definitely. And we have not also imported this DB over here. And this should be use server. Now it should work. Let's see. Server only cannot be imported from a client component. Let's just try to refresh this. Okay, loading updates. And yeah, we can see we have some updates over here. Let's just we can show some dash or something over here for each and every one of these. I can say dash meeting. Yeah, it will display some points over here. And yeah, with that, we have completed all of the features of our app successfully. Now let's go on and deploy it on Vercel. But before that, we need to do this. Just close everything up over here. Let's go to package.json. In these scripts, we need to add a post install script for Prisma generate, right? So that it can generate all of these models on Vercel, like on our server, right? So just add this and make sure to add, remove this .env from our git ignore. So let's just say .env over here so that it does not take .env inside of our GitHub repository, and click on plus icon. Actually, we need to create a GitHub repository first. So let's go to GitHub, create a brand new repository. Repository's name will be, let's say, scheduler, and create repository. Okay, let's take this remote origin and add it right here inside of our terminal and press enter. So we've added the origin. Now we need to say git add dot, so that it will add everything and stage everything up. And then we will say git commit -m, and let's just say deployment, and we will commit everything to GitHub and git push origin master. Oops, master. This should push the code to that GitHub repository. There we go. Great. Now let's go to Vercel. So vercel.com. Click on add new and project. Here we need to select our Git repository. Let's just select this scheduler, import project name. Let's say scheduler 2. And yeah, everything looks good. Over here, we just need to set our environment variables. So whatever environment variables that are over here in the .env. So let's just add all of these variables one by one. First for this and the key, then client clerk secret key. So add this and clerk secret key over here. Add it. Then these routes, sign in and sign out routes. Sorry, sign in and sign up routes. Then for sign up URL, sign up URL. Then we will have our database URL. And let's copy this whole thing up and add it over here. Now we need to add one more thing. So if you remember in the Prisma over here, Prisma.js, we added this node env, right? So now we're going for production. So I'll add production over here, or in the small like production, add it, and simply go on and deploy it. Let's see if this deploys successfully or not. Okay, we can see the build logs that would be running right over here. It's creating an optimized production build. Okay, it compiled successfully, and all right, it's generating our pages, all of the static pages and like client and server pages, and see deploying outputs. Okay, it has generated all of these routes of our app, and the final step is to deploy our website. And let's see. Okay, congratulations. We have successfully deployed it. Let's go on and check out the URL. So just click on it over here and it's loading. Amazing. We have our app successfully deployed right here. We can go on and log in with Google, and keep in mind, whatever email that you have added onto this Google console will be only the ones that are going to be working over here. If you want for other emails to be working or for the public emails to be working, all you have to do is go on over here over the consent screen and publish your app. But you have to follow all of the guidelines of Google for publishing this app. Now, in case you don't want to publish this app, because this is a personal project, right? What you can do, you can create probably a video explaining all of the features, and you can add that video inside of your resume, right? So it will be same thing, like you have to showcase this project, right, to your recruiter and all. That video will also work, and that is also a very good approach for showcasing our project. Amazing. So definitely go on and add this project to your portfolio and resume, and go on and apply to jobs. This will highly increase your chances of getting a job. And if you're looking to prepare for front-end interviews, the next step, go and check out my front-end interview preparation course by clicking the link in the description down below. And subscribe to the channel for more such awesome project tutorials.